All right, everyone. We are going to be live for quite a while now into the evening, so get ready. We got our first big round of storms starting to come in on the west side of the state of Michigan. A tornado watch has been issued, and that goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. We got TikTok going here. I got Facebook going here. We got YouTube going here. And just going to make sure that I can see all of your comments and make sure everything is good to go. All right, looks like we are all set here. So again, the tornado watch for Michigan is in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. We got storms crossing the lake right now, holding on and picking up steam, lining up with our models that we were looking at all day long pretty well here. And we'll be bouncing back and forth, keeping you up to date, and of course, just passing along information. Be here as long as I can be for you. All right, just making sure that I can see comments here. Got multiple devices going on. And also, thanks for being here. It's been a whole year of Brad Sugden weather now. We started this off last year when we had a lot of tornadoes going on in areas like Kalamazoo, and it was a busy year. I think we had some kind of severe weather possibility in the state of Michigan almost every single day for most of May and June, believe it or not. All right. Okay, so we're going to show you a couple different things while we're kind of waiting for the storms to get here. I can show lots of different things for you. So, again, we are watching this line cross the lake, but I want to show you the different kinds of, the different threats of severe weather that we're looking for this evening. I'm sure you've heard it by now. It's been, all over social media and all that stuff, but let's just take a look here. All right. Oops, we got to turn some stuff off. So bear with me while I'm kind of getting my feet wet here again. It's been just a minute since we've done a lot of lives. Why is the lightning still there? All right, well, anyway. So here's what's going on in the state of Michigan right now. This is the total severe weather outlook that we have. We have the orange, which is an enhanced risk. And again, that's everywhere in the orange here. That is an enhanced risk. Slight risk is a yellow. That is a 2 out of 5 on the scale. And a little bitty green for parts of the Upper Peninsula is a marginal risk. So basically, we have 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, and 3 out of 5 in terms of severe risk. So that risk is increasing the further down to the south and west we get. So that's what we're looking at in terms of that. Now I'm going to switch it over because what's kind of cool is we can show you those specific threats. And I love breaking it down here as, you know, specific threats because that's what we like to see. And if it would populate, that would be perfect. There it goes. Okay. And I'm going to be clicking around a lot just to make sure I got everyone on the same page here. So this is the tornado outlook specifically. And what this is basically kind of like the severe weather outlook. Let's just keep it in numbers here. We got a 1, a 2, and a 3. So that threat is increasing the further down to the south and west we get. Now these black hatch areas that go through here mean significant threats of tornadoes are possible, which could be an EF2, EF3, EF4, or up to EF5. These other ones are generally for brief spin-ups, although of course we could have stronger tornadoes possible there as well. But just keep in mind that the heaviest possibility is certainly going to be in these yellow hatch areas. Now that includes Kalamazoo, over toward Marshall, Battle Creek, down towards Chicago as well. So lots of areas do have that possibility. And I don't want to leave out, you know, northern Michigan, the western Upper Peninsula, tornado possibilities as well. And that actually goes all the way through just south of the Keweenaw. That includes Marquette, through the Straits of Mackinac, and into our thumb counties over here as well. Now I'm going to switch it over to a different one, which is also another significant threat that we're looking out for, and that is going to be wind. Now the wind threat here does look a little different, but the colors are basically the same. So once again, we're going to change this up here. Maybe more like a fuchsia. So we got a 1, a 2, a 2, and a 3. So 1, 2, 3. So obviously that threat is increasing. Further down to the southwest we go. Now another thing I want to point out is notice this black hatch mark is here again. That indicates significant wind threats that could be 75 miles per hour or greater. That's hurricane force. So that's what we're, you know, very concerned about there as well. Switching over to the last threat, which is the significant hail threat. This one, there it goes. This one is, you know, basically the same thing here. So I'm just going to label them once again because it makes it a lot easier for everybody. We got the brown, which we'll just call a 1. Then we got a 2, and then we have a 3. Now we also have this black hatch mark again. Black hatch marks for hail is 2 inches in diameter or greater. So that's the size of a large egg or up to tennis ball size. Tennis ball size is technically 2.5 inches in diameter, but you get the point. It's very, very large hail. Everyone else has the possibility for a significant hail. That's 1 inch in diameter is considered severe. So it gets a little, you know, difficult to understand when we're talking specifics like this, but that's what these different things mean. Bottom line is the threat is going to increase for larger hail the further down to the south and west we get. Hail for everybody, but larger hail further down to the south and west. And that goes for wind, that goes for tornadoes, and really just that general severe weather threat as a whole. Ooh, we are really glitching out here today. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't last much longer. So let's put the radar back on there for you and see what we got going on storm-wise here. So there are those storms, again, crossing the lake. And we have a lot of thunder and lightning crossing the lake as well. I'm in downtown Grand Rapids, and I can already see some flashes off in the distance. As of right now, we don't have, looks like active warnings just as of yet, but let's... Well, we gotta turn them on first, I suppose. All right, so this yellow that you're seeing here is a tornado watch. That is a tornado watch, and that is in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. Now, this tornado watch is actually pretty big. Not only does it include where the storms are getting ready to come on shore for Lake Michigan, this includes Grand Rapids, Muskegon, Mount Pleasant, Lansing, Kalamazoo, Jackson, but this actually also goes all the way up into northern lower Michigan. So areas like Gaylord, Petoskey, even Beaver Island, Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes, Traverse City, Cadillac, Manistee, you're under the tornado watch right now as well. We currently don't have one yet in the UP, but we do have a special weather statement up there. And we can actually switch the radar to Marquette and see what's going on up there. Special weather statement is going to be for gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. And that is over in parts of the western UP. That includes areas like Twin Lakes. And let's see, we can zoom it in just a tad more here. Not a lot of cities are showing up over there, but it's in that area. So that's just a special weather statement. And then again, further down to the south, that's where we have the tornado watch. Now, I am going to get rid of the tornado watch on here briefly because we all know it's there. It's going to be there until 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm just going to, hide it because we want to see the actual warnings. We want to see the severe thunderstorm warning. We want to see the tornado warning. So we're going to clear up the watches here, and anything that you see pop up from here on out is going to be a warning unless I specifically show the tornado watch once more for you. And just in case, I like to flip-flop between sources. I do have 2 of them going on here, and it just, makes it a lot easier to show you certain things that I want to show you. There we go. Things are running just a little slow. I think I'm kind of maxing out my computer potential here. Might be time for a new one. But yeah, there's the storms crossing over Lake Michigan, getting ready to make their way into the state of Michigan right now. And we'll likely see more tornado watches and stuff like that issued a little further on into the evening for areas further east. So again, right now we're just focusing kind of on the west side of the state of Michigan as these storms start to come on through. All right. And again, thank you so much for supporting Brad Sugden Weather. I have LLC. I'm registered with Laura with the state of Michigan, so I have a business. I got a Storm Chaser feed going on in the background, the red lightning bolt, and this is my business. So thank you so much for supporting it. And this is sponsored by Generator Magic.
Generator Magic is your one-stop destination for genuine Generac generator replacement parts and a level of service that sets us apart from the competition. We are proud to be a unique presence in the generator replacement part space, offering an unparalleled commitment to authenticity, efficiency, and affordability. With an extensive inventory of over 100,000 Generac parts, we have a solution for virtually every generator need. Whether you're a professional in the generator repair industry or a homeowner seeking reliable power during outages, we have you covered with an extensive.
Right? So thanks Generator Magic for sponsoring me for my severe weather package. I have some other sponsors as well, but Generator Magic is the severe weather sponsor for Brad Sugden Weather. So we really appreciate them for doing that for us. All right, I'm just going to be clicking around several times here just to make sure I got everyone on the same page. But right now, these storms are getting ready to come onshore. So areas like Holland, over by Grand Haven, we're going to start to see those come onshore here as well. Muskegon pretty soon as well. We can take a look at real-time weather. There we go. Now, I don't think we're going to see much on some of these cameras, but it's always fun to take a look here really quick. So you can actually go on to Great Lakes Environmental Research Laboratory, and they do have a lot of free webcams that you can look at. And it's fun to kind of watch the storms come in. These are, they're delayed by almost an hour actually, so that's not the best. Some pretty cool pictures of Chicago showing up though. Anyway, just like to see what's going on there with that. So here's what we got going on. We have no current active warnings yet, but I bet we will be issued some here soon. We're a little far away from the radar, but I mean, look at all the thunder and lightning with this. There is a lot of lightning with these storms, and starting to see some areas of kind of this fuchsia magenta show up, which indicates the possibility for some hail. Now, another way we can do that is look at vertically integrated liquid, which can show us the where some hail possibilities are. Okay, it looks like that crashed out. Sorry about that, everyone. Good thing we have a backup, though, right? That's why we have that. Let's see if I can switch this over to vertically integrated liquid. Okay, so again, vertically integrated liquid, complicated way of showing here's the possibility where some hail is. We do have the possibility for some of these larger hail cores that are out over Lake Michigan right now to come on shore. So right now these are kind of tracking off to the north and east-ish. So that would kind of put these going up this way toward Holland, Grand Rapids, Muskegon, Grand Haven. Again, not a sure shot that you're going to get those, but that possibility is there. So always good to, just have that in the back of your mind. Again, not a for sure thing, but just something to watch out for. And these are really starting to, this is going to be some very heavy rain coming on through. I wonder if I can switch up the color table here a little bit. I'm not a totally huge fan of this one. Default. That's a little bit better. But no. 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 Alright, so looks like we're going to use this, but again, we're starting to see some of those purples show up here, indicating that possibility for some of that hail, so I'll watch out for that. Oh, there we go. Now we have a severe thunderstorm warning, so we just saw that pop up. This is along the entire lakeshore from Holland to Manistee. Alright, so we have a severe thunderstorm warning from Holland to Manistee. This is tornado possible. Damage threat level is considerable. Please be aware that it says considerable right here. That is because winds could be 70 miles per hour. And again, tornado possible means that one of these could drop a tornado at pretty much any given time. And that goes until, let's see, an hour and 28 minutes from now. That's going to be until 10:45 p.m. So once again, this was just issued. We have a severe thunderstorm warning along the lakeshore from Holland to Grand Haven, Muskegon. This includes Ludington all the way up to Manistee. And I'm going to actually post this as well, so bear with me really quick. I got multiple devices all streaming here. And again, I'm going to try and look at comments here and there, guys, but it's going to be a very busy evening with all this stuff going on. So I'm going to try my best. But remember, I'm a one-person show here. All right. All right. Alrighty, so again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning going all the way from Manistee down toward Holland. It includes Muskegon and Grand Haven. Tornado possible, not yet, but that means that one of these could produce a tornado at any time. So not something to, scare everybody, but that is a possibility. Then we have the considerable damage threat for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, a lot to take into consideration here, and I really just want everyone to be safe. Alrighty, let's see if I can pull this up on my phone to see a few comments here. Alrighty. Okay, so also we can look at this in a little more detail. So this is moving east at 55 miles per hour. So that is a pretty good clip there. That's going to put it pretty much along 131 within the next hour, maybe a little bit less. So anywhere from really, I would say, Wayland, Gun Lake Casino through Grand Rapids up to Big Rapids and Cadillac. In about the next hour, we'll have this line coming on through. Kalamazoo, see how the line's kind of a little further over to the west, probably the next hour to hour and a half. We have a lot of warnings around Chicago right now as well. And we'll put this in motion again so you can just kind of see what's going on here. There's that line of storms going on through. We need a little more than 7 frames, though. That is ridiculously short. There we go. Okay. So there's that line starting to come on shore of Lake Michigan. And another thing I want to do is I'm going to pause it. We're going to flip over to the velocity because I want to show you that wind threat. And here's that wind threat. See how bright that is? That is making a beeline right for the lakeshore. Now this is higher up in the atmosphere, okay? So first of all, keep in mind that the distance from the radar means a lot. So this is pretty far away from the radar. Let's see if I can do this here. Okay, that's what that is. So for those of you wondering timing-wise, we can do that for you. So again, there's everything moving slightly northeast a little bit here, but here's like the heavier cell that I want to point out. Moving generally east, a little bit northeast. It says 55 miles per hour, so we can calculate. And here's what we're looking at. We are looking at Saugatuck in the next 28 minutes. And I think we're getting a little too specific with some areas here. West Olive, 37 minutes from now. Zeeland, 39 minutes. Allendale, 48 minutes. Hudsonville, 48 minutes from now. Jenison, 51 minutes. Dorr, 53 minutes from now. Byron Center, 54. Granville, 55 minutes. So again, less than an hour, just like I was saying, before this line with that wind threat makes its way on by. And this has produced a lot of wind over in Wisconsin. So again, just repeating myself, we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning from Holland all the way up to Manistee until 10:45. The damage threat level is considerable, highlighted in red there because of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Hurricane force winds are 75, so we're just shy of hurricane force wind possibilities with this. And again, this is all we're looking at for most of the state of Michigan right now. It's just starting. We have a long, long, long night ahead of us here. Probably going to be live for the next 3 or 4 hours at least, as these storms really, really get going here. All right. And this is the hard part. We want it to happen now. We want to get it over with, but the hard part is having that warning and then waiting for it to hit. So we still have a few minutes. It is your best idea to, obviously stay away from windows. Never a good idea to be in a vehicle or anywhere like that. Mobile home parks, if you have a storm shelter that you can go to, great idea. Again, it's not a tornado, but a 70-mile-per-hour wind can cause a lot of damage. And I have seen damage to a lot of mobile homes myself from winds between 70 and 80, maybe up to 90 miles per hour. So it doesn't take an actual tornado to do that. All right, so yep, there it goes, making its way on shore right now. We also had some pretty heavy hitters go through Chicago a little while ago. This whole storm system making its way on by. I don't want to forget the Upper Peninsula, so we're going to take a little jaunt up there really quick. We have another special weather statement for L'Anse. That's for 50 to 55 mile per hour winds. So again, that is a special weather statement. It's just making people alert. Severe wind gusts, by the way, are about 60 miles per hour or higher. So we have special weather statements in for the UP as well. This one specifically says Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm along a line extending 7 miles west of Baraga to 7 miles west of Alberta near Covington to 6 miles south of Sydenham. Movement is east at 35 miles per hour. The hazard is winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour. And there's also heavy rain, and I know that area had a lot of heavy rain yesterday as well. A lot of roads were washed out from what I've been hearing around. But back down to the south where the more immediate threat is, Muskegon to Grand Haven and Holland, we're starting to see that possibility come onto shore right now. And let's see, some of these cameras are definitely delayed. We'll see what happens on this camera in Muskegon. Let's see, South Haven, not seeing anything there. Yeah, a lot of these images are delayed, unfortunately, so might just give that a rest. Okay, but I'm going to flip it back over now to the velocity, because this is really, really concerning that we're seeing this show up here. This is something that we're definitely going to keep a very close eye on. I can do 2 modes here. If we can see, I know it's going to be hard for the TikTok folks to see this, but other folks can, so might just tilt the TikTok folks here a little bit. There we go. So again, there's the radar making its way on in, showing the storms. So we got a Boeing segment here developing, but we have this wind core that I'm really watching out for. This is about ready to come on shore in Grand Haven and Muskegon. I can't stress this enough. Please take this seriously. I realize this is a little higher up in the atmosphere right now because of the curvature of the Earth. The radar beam is a little higher up, way out there, because the radar is located in Grand Rapids. but that is definitely highly concerning. And out my window right now, I live in a high rise in downtown Grand Rapids. I'm seeing a lot of lightning off in the distance. I'm facing west, so it is getting very close to Grand Rapids here for us as well. And again, just because I'm located in Grand Rapids, I cover the whole state of Michigan for Brad Sugden weather. But this is just where I live. You know, I can't live everywhere at the same time. So, yeah. But again, that is a significant possibility for wind. And again, if you're watching me from TikTok, you can see now I put it there for everyone. So Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok can all see it. We have that large area of wind moving over toward the east. And there it is. That is making a beeline for Muskegon and Grand Haven. And again, this is an area of wind that could be hurricane force as it comes on shore. We are talking about the possibility for power outages, and we're talking about the possibility for extensive tree damage, especially now that we have leaves on the trees. Those leaves catch the wind more, can cause more tree damage compared to when the leaves were not out. The wind passes through the branches a lot easier. So it's almost like a sailboat. The leaves are catching the wind and can cause more damage. We have this little line also forming off to the north, and you can see kind of the line and the red-orange here, likely an awesome shelf cloud probably that just made its way on up. Can't really tell if there's a shelf cloud out my window just yet or not. This light in my eye is not helping. Not seeing anything just yet. And it's dark out, so we got that too. And again, nocturnal thunderstorms are the worst because it's hard to see. All right, we got another severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. This is a little further off to the north, including Frankfort, down toward Manistee. So we now have a giant severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way from Frankfort down to Holland. Huge area of severe thunderstorm warnings. This is going to be in effect also until 10:45. This one is for wind threats of 60 miles per hour. Maybe hail that is about nickel size as well. And on top of all that, we have special marine warnings in effect, and I just want to read the special marine warning really quick. 50 knots, large hail, so yeah, that's definitely pretty strong there as well. Okay, so this is what we're looking at in Michigan right now, the east side of the state. Again, you can always scroll through my feed on Facebook because I have numerous posts that I posted throughout the day that focus on timing specifically. So I'm getting a lot of questions asking about timing. I'm just going to send you to my Facebook page, scroll down that page, meteorologist Brad Sugden, and there's timing posts there for when it could hit your community. So that's what I'm going to rely on there. I can't time it out for everyone. I'm so sorry. So we got another couple little cells developing, one near South Haven right now. That one's not severe, but again, this area of wind is starting to make its way onshore, and I'm seeing a ton of lightning starting to show up now in Grand Rapids. So this is going to be something that is going to, we're watching out here for it. And again, this is just one of many threats that we're going to be watching. Tornadoes are possible this evening. Large hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter, which could be near tennis ball size, and winds that could be hurricane force, which is 75 miles per hour or greater. Another severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for Allegan County. This is considerable as well. This is also in effect, well, this one's in effect till 11 o'clock because those cells are just a little further delayed. Tornado possible, not guaranteed, but possible. Hail 1.75 inches. That is golf ball size hail possible. So golf ball size hail possible. And again, this is for Allegan County and Van Buren County. A severe thunderstorm located along a line extending 29 miles west of Holland, blah, blah, blah. We can see it. Golf ball size hail and 75 mile per hour winds. People and animals outdoor can be injured. Expect hail to damage roofs, siding, windows, and vehicles. Expect considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Holland, Pawpaw, Plainwell, Lawton, Fenville, Van Buren State Park, Pine Grove, Allegan, Wayland, Hartford, Bangor, Saugatuck, Lake Michigan Beaches, Covert, Dorr, Martin, Decatur, Matawan, Otsego, and South Haven. Lots of cities in effect there. We also now have a tornado warning. Okay, this is a tornado warning for Muskegon and Grand Haven. Not only do we have the wind threat, but we have a tornado warning now issued for Muskegon and Grand Haven. We are going to flip it over to the velocity so we can see that wind rotating. And I see exactly what they're talking about right here in the middle. We got a little couplet developing there. So again, tornado warning from Grand Haven to Muskegon, Norton Shores. That also includes most of the county there. So please seek shelter immediately. Go to the lowest floor of your home. Basements are always preferred. If you live in a mobile home and you have a shelter in your mobile home community, please head there now. Or to a sturdy structure. A mobile home is not a safe place to be in a tornado. Again, we have a radar indicated tornado warning. I'm going to read this off for you. Calmly head to your safe place. I'm streaming on many different things here, so you can take me with you on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds are located 10 miles west of Grand Haven, 14 miles southwest of Muskegon, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is radar indicated rotation. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will likely occur. Tree damage is likely. So again, we have a tornado warning here. That tornado warning is for northern Ottawa County, southwestern Newaygo County, and Muskegon County. So again, please head to your safe place now. Tornado warning is nothing to joke around about. Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven. Again, this is the wind blob that I've been watching for quite some time. This is going to sound off the sirens. It is time to calmly head into your safe place. I'm not going anywhere. I will be with you all the way through this for you. So once again, tornado warning for Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven. This is for northern Ottawa County, Muskegon County, and southwestern Newaygo County. That is a tornado warning in effect. Again, tornado warning in effect. And this kind of clips Ashland and Fremont as well. All right, and again, that tornado warning will be in effect until, let's see here, 10:15 p.m. Tornado warning in effect for Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven until 10:15 p.m. Radar indicated. Time to head to our safe place now. And again, we're watching this very closely as it starts to come on shore. We have that tornado warning with other severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down the lake shore. And it looks like a couple more areas of rotation are out over the lake. Yep, we could be seeing a little bit of rotation with some more of these cells coming through. So we're going to keep a very close eye on West Michigan right now. But once again, this is a tornado warning. On top of the wind threat, damage level considerable. If you don't have a basement, the best place to be is the lowest floor of your home, as far away from outside walls as possible. That could be a hallway, it could be an interior bathroom, it could be a large closet. You just want to put as much room between you and the outside of your home as possible. And again, no need to absolutely panic. Go into your safe place here. We got just a couple of minutes, but Grand Haven, Norton Shores, Muskegon, it is getting very close to you right now. It's going to be on shore in the next couple of minutes here. We're going to pause it so we can zoom in nice and close and keep an eye on everything. And again, there's a lot of wind showing up here for these communities. So I'm going to repeat myself a lot because we have literally thousands of folks coming and going watching right now. There is a tornado warning for northern Ottawa County, Muskegon County, and southwestern Newaygo County until 10:15 p.m. That includes Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven, over towards Casnovia, Ashland, Fremont, Holton, Moreland, Ravenna, Coopersville, even under that tornado warning as well. So this is literally just outside of the Grand Rapids area. To the northwest, we have this very large area indicating very high winds, literally making its way on shore right now. So this is the latest radar. It is on shore right now from Muskegon, Muskegon Heights, Norton Shores, and Grand Haven. We're going to start to see things get very active if you live on the lakeshore. This is radar indicated. So the radar is indicating extreme straight line winds and the possibility for a tornado. And again, that tornado warning is until 10:15 p.m. Alrighty, so that is making its way on shore right now. Again, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. Again, let's see, the heaviest area that I'm going to watch out for is here. So let's calculate some times for you. Fruitport, that'll be in 5 to 8 minutes. Let's just shave about 5 minutes off of all these times. Nunica, that's going to be in about 6 minutes. Sullivan, about 10. Again, I'm shaving 5 minutes off of these because it's moving, and the radar is a few minutes delayed. Kent City, that would be in about 25 minutes. Sparta, that would be in about 26 minutes, so on and so forth. Total population, about 25,000 in the area that I just selected. Again, tornado warning in effect. Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven. Tornado warning in effect until 10:15. Safe places, please. And this is going to last for several minutes, unfortunately. So we'll be here. I will be here with you through the whole thing. See if there's just so happens to be anything showing up. These cameras are awful in this area. Not seeing anything too crazy on some of the cameras in Muskegon just yet, but again, it's on shore right now. We're going to get another radar update here in just a couple of minutes. Probably about 2 minutes. We get a radar update about every 5 minutes. All right, so we should have another radar update here momentarily, where we're going to see this large area of wind pretty much right over Grand Haven. Again, tornado warning in effect for northern Ottawa, Muskegon, and southwestern Newaygo County until 10:15 p.m. That is a radar indicated tornado. Straight line winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are possible. And we have a lot of thunder and lightning coming in with this as well. Just to keep check on everyone, because again, I do cover the whole state. We just have our severe thunderstorm warnings from Frankfort through Manistee, Ludington, all the way down through South Haven, Saugatuck. Pretty much the whole shoreline of Lake Michigan is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have the tornado warning in effect for Muskegon, Norton Shores, and Grand Haven as well. All right, we just got another update. Now the heaviest of the winds are pretty much right along US 31. But remember, this image could be up to 5 minutes delayed. So right now, Muskegon, Norton Shores, and Grand Haven are really going to be in the thick of it here. See if we can always pull up Consumers Energy to see if there's any outages. That's always a great way to, if I can find it. Come on, consumers. There we go. We are starting to get large outages rolling in Norton Shores. So Norton Shores, we are already seeing large power outages starting to come on in. That was reported just 2 minutes ago. And got, looks like, total of about over 2,000 people are already without power in Norton Shores. So this is causing damage. There you go. Now we have an update, a fresh update. It has crossed US 31. See if there's any other update. Again, still radar indicated. We have 70 mile per hour wind threats there as well. And I can keep an eye. It looks like we just had a gust of 57 miles per hour northwest of Muskegon. So again, that's 57 miles per hour in Whitehall, just northwest of Muskegon from what I can see so far. And there's lots of thunder and lightning in Grand Rapids now as well. Still just have the one tornado warning, but that whole line is starting to come on shore. Again, we have the heaviest winds really all over Grand Haven right now. Lots of thunder and lightning. This is going to be making its way towards Coopersville here very shortly. Again, Ravenna, Ravenna, sorry, Moreland, Muskegon, Muskegon Heights. It's going to have a lot of issues with this. So I'm going to put this tracker back on it here. And we're looking at Coopersville in about 10 minutes or less. Utica any minute now. Sparta in about 20 to 24 minutes. Comstock Park 20 to 25 minutes. And again, that is a tornado warning, but we have some significant straight line winds coming through this area as well. So it's a good idea just to be in our safe place. Anyone in the tornado warning obviously should be in our safe place, but these severe thunderstorm warnings also mean business. And again, we have the possibility for golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds in Allegan, as well as down towards Van Buren County. That damage threat is considerable. Golf ball size hail being blown around in 70-mile-per-hour winds can cause just as much damage as a tornado. So please be away from windows in this area. I'll switch it back over to the normal radar that you're used to seeing. And we got a cell now that is pretty much just west of Allegan by Fenville showing up. But a lot of this activity is starting to make its way on shore now, and we're getting this Boeing segment moving off to the east-northeast. So really, if we're going to look ahead of it, I would say Rockford all the way up to pretty much Big Rapids. Croton Hardy Dam area. I know we just had a tornado up there not too long ago. This is going to be headed your way as well. Please be on the lookout and be ready to head into your safe place if we need to be. These storms are really packing a punch. They are holding together. And unfortunately, it looks like this severe weather threat is materializing across Michigan. But once again, that tornado warning, which I'm going to be focusing on here most of the time, is still in effect for another 24 minutes until 10:15. That damage threat is considerable. So please be in your safe place in the tornado warning areas. All right, new severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. If your phone is like mine, it just went off for Grand Rapids. This includes all the way up through Newaygo County as well. So Kent County, this damage threat is destructive. We are likely to hear the tornado sirens going off here any moment now. 80-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible. Tornado sirens can be triggered for winds that are in excess of 70 miles per hour. So I think we're about to hear a lot of those starting to come into effect here. So bear with me. All right. So again, new severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. We're going to read through this really quick. This is in effect until 11:15. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line moving east at 65 miles per hour, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Flying debris will be dangerous, so those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. So again, that is the severe thunderstorm warning, and we still have the tornado warning in effect for northern Ottawa, Muskegon, and southwestern Newaygo County until 10:15. This activity is really starting to pick up. Please make sure that you are in your safe place. We now also have severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable damage threat for southwestern Michigan. This is going to be for Cass County and Berrien County until 11 o'clock, 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So we now have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect along the Lake Michigan shoreline from the Michigan-Indiana border all the way up to Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes. The entire Lake Michigan shoreline has severe thunderstorm warnings. The damage threats are considerable anywhere south of Manistee. Destructive damage threat, as you can see indicated there in purple, for Grand Rapids. So Grand Rapids, the damage threat is considered destructive for 80-mile-per-hour winds coming on through. Please stay away from windows. Great idea to seek shelter if you can. All right, so again, we still have that tornado warning in effect. As you can see from Muskegon, Norton Shores, Grand Haven, we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are pretty much from Big Rapids down through Grand Rapids with this line coming on through. And I am seeing a ton of thunder and lightning showing up now in the Grand Rapids areas. This whole thing is racing off to the east. Let's put it in motion. It's been a minute since we did that. Here's that line racing on through. And again, this was very well picked up by our weather models, very well advertised throughout the whole day, so I hope everyone's taking it seriously. All right, so again, severe thunderstorm warnings are going out like crazy right now. There we go, I'm back on with y'all. Sorry about that. I didn't want to see you leaning over, didn't want you to see me leaning over the camera here. Okay, so we still got that tornado warning now. It has been updated here. Still radar indicated, but we have that considerable damage threat, and I'm really concerned about this destructive damage threat in Grand Rapids. And since I am in a high rise, I might be taking a break from y'all here momentarily because I cannot be by windows in 80-mile-per-hour winds. I'm pretty sure they're rated for higher than that, but I don't really want to test that rating. So, you know, I think they're rated for 110. All right, I'm seeing bolts of lightning across the sky in Grand Rapids right now. I'm sure you all are too. So Grand Rapids is about to get this as well, but again, I want to keep our focus over here in the areas that are getting it absolutely right now. And we still have that tornado warning in effect for 15 more minutes. I'm going to flip it back over to the velocity, and you can see that wind right there. That is the wind that is coming on through. Let's put it in motion just so we can get an exact idea of the direction it is going. And it's moving pretty good to the east, maybe slightly northeast. So I think this would be pretty much from downtown Grand Rapids northward. At this point, I'm going to say this low end here is probably going to go right through anywhere along and north of 196. And then as you can see, the top side here, a little further off to the north there, up to about M46, the northern part of M46. Sweeping on through. So really the north side of Grand Rapids, Alpine, Comstock Park, Rockford, Coopersville, you know, really, really watch out for this as it comes on by. And then we're also talking Sparta, Kent City, eventually Greenville. Lots of areas are in the path of this storm as it comes on by. So this is a highly concerning area of very strong winds coming through. Let's just take a look at the consumer's outage map and see what's going on. And we got a lot more outages now that are being reported. A couple more that are between 1 and 2,000. This one, I know not everyone can see this, but I'm looking pretty much the Muskegon, Norton Shores, and Grand Haven areas are showing a lot of power outages now. So this is a materialized wind threat, and that is causing damage, and it is causing power outages. We are up to 5,904 customers affected right now already, and these can be delayed. All right. Norton Shores, we have a 72 mile per hour wind gust that was registered. The Muskegon Airport registering 63 mile per hour wind gust. I'm not going to believe that one. That's not, no. No. Be on the lookout for bad data too. We need to realize that bad data is possible. There's no way that a Category 5 hurricane wind gust just occurred, so we gotta keep our cool sometimes. That is just not possible. Absolutely no way. But here is, again, that line of wind coming on through. We're starting to see a lot of activity showing up in the Grand Rapids area right now. I'm seeing a lot of thunder and lightning going on out there. Still can't tell if there's a shelf cloud or not with these coming on by, but it wouldn't surprise me if there is. Wouldn't surprise me if there is at all. We have another tornado warning that was just issued for Holland. This one, I can actually see the rotation. It is this couplet. This is radar indicated, but Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville, you are under a tornado warning now. This warning is in effect until 10:45. Again, this is radar indicated, but let's read it off. They are going to sound the sirens. Northwestern Allegan County and southern Ottawa County. This is until 10:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Holland State Park, or 7 miles west of downtown Holland, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is coming on shore right now. We just got an update, so that is coming on shore right now. Let's time this out, and again, this is going to go right through Holland State Park. We got lightning bolts going across my sky here. This is headed directly towards Zeeland and Hudsonville. Moving at 40 miles per hour. All right, so that would be Zeeland in less than 13 minutes. And we got like every township ever. Hudsonville, it's going to be in less than 25 minutes. Jamestown, less than 25 minutes. So please, please, please be in your safe places. We have 2 tornado warnings in effect now. One's about to expire, but the other one has just been issued, and that includes Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville. Please be in your safe place. This is also going all the way to 196 and M6 over by Wyoming. And now we have the tornado sirens going off in Grand Rapids and Kent County. Again, it is scary, but please do not panic. Head to your safe place. Okay, so those are the sirens going off in Grand Rapids. I know it can be quite loud. Please do not panic, though. This is for Holland, Hudsonville, and Zeeland. It is time to go into our safe places. If you do not have a basement, it's best to get away from the outside walls of your home and away from the windows. Again, I hear them too. I know you're going to get goosebumps. It can be startling, but please just calmly make your way into your safe place. Calmly making our way into our safe place is the best course of action here. Aside from the tornado warnings, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive wind threat of 80 miles per hour going on for Kent County, as well as up into Newaygo County. Additionally, I just want everyone to know that we have severe thunderstorm warnings from Sleeping Bear Sand Dunes all the way down to Chicago. The entire Lake Michigan shoreline is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Please, please, please head into your safe place. So again, tornado warning for Holland. This actually cuts off at the west side of Grand Rapids. However, with the wind threat, they're sounding off the sirens for all of Kent County. I know it sounds scary. It sounds scary. It is scary, but we just need to be calm and we're all going to get through this together. So again, tornado warnings. We have 2 of them in effect in western Michigan right now. One is about to expire in the next 8 minutes, but I wouldn't be surprised if that is continued off to the east a little bit further. And we still have the one in effect as well for Holland over towards the west side of Grand Rapids. That includes Zeeland and Hudsonville. Jenison, you're also included in this tornado warning as well. All right, don't worry, I will be with you here, guiding you through the whole thing. So if you don't have a basement, please head to the most interior room of your home. You just want as much distance between you and the outside walls as possible. So that could be a hallway, an interior bathroom, a stairwell. If you're in an apartment complex, a stairwell that is not outside on the lowest floor of your apartment complex. So again, apartment complexes, the lowest floor, stairwells are always a great place to be. I can see the shelf cloud starting to come into Grand Rapids now with the rain shaft, so it's going to start to get a little intense here pretty soon. But again, I'm gonna be here with you, guiding you through this whole thing. Alrighty, so we have that area of rotation now that is on the north side of Holland, literally just north of Holland State Park right now. And where you see the reds and the greens, so green is moving toward the radar, and red is moving away from the radar. So when you have green and red right next to each other, that indicates that rotation. And that's how we know something here is rotating. So again, Holland, including downtown Holland, this is awfully close to downtown Holland. Please be in your safe place. Again, another tornado warning is in effect, and this includes over toward Hudsonville as well. Everyone needs to be in their safe places if you are in that tornado warning. And that tornado warning is in effect until 10:45 for Holland, Zeeland, and Hudsonville. Again, this is radar indicated, but we are watching it very, very carefully. In case you missed the timing earlier, I'm going to go just a little bit ahead here. And that way we can really get a feel for what's going on. So we're going to go like this. We're going to do the 40 miles per hour. And that's going to be in Zeeland in less than 10 minutes. Hudsonville, less than 20 minutes from now. So please take this seriously and please seek some shelter. Another thing we can look at is called correlation coefficient. I know that's a big word, but that really helps us see if there is any debris going on out there. So what we look at with correlation coefficient is if there's what we call a debris ball. If there's a debris ball, we would see this area of dark blue showing up, kind of like this. But we're not, so that's good. That means that we're not detecting anything abnormal. So basically what the radar sees with correlation coefficient is right now all this kind of red static means, hey, everything's pretty much the same size floating around up there, whether it's rain, hail, whatever. But when you start getting things that are different sizes floating around up there, that's when it labels it blue, and that's when we have like sticks, 2x4s, shingles, things like that. But we're not seeing that, so everything is the same size, so we're not seeing debris fly around, which is awesome. We don't want to see debris flying around, but that possibility for that tornado is there. Please, please, please take it seriously. And again, here's this line moving through, getting ready to move into the Grand Rapids area right now. The tornado warning by Muskegon and Grand Haven is going to be allowed to expire in a couple of minutes here at 10:15. At the one in Holland will be until 10:45. 10:45. And again, the best place to be is away from outside walls of your home. A basement is always best, but I understand not everyone has a basement. You just want as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. If you're in a mobile home park, if you have a shelter, now's the time to head to that shelter, especially if you're in Grand Rapids somewhere. That would be, you don't want to be caught in these winds in a mobile home. All right, so we got another tornado warning now has just been issued. This tornado warning, I'm going to pause this. This one is for northern Kent County, southern Newaygo County. So again, we have two tornado warnings. One was just allowed to expire. This tornado warning is radar indicated. This will expire at 10:45. Sirens are about to go off again. Again, northern Kent County, southeastern Newaygo County, and northwestern Montcalm County. 10:45. At 10:15, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located along a line from Newaygo to Sparta, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is radar indicated. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So again, we have tornado warning off to the north in Kent County and tornado warning down in the Holland area as well. So here's the velocity that we're looking at, where we can see the rotation areas. We're getting some very loud thunder in the Grand Rapids area now. It's flashing like crazy. So this Sparta over toward the Croton Hardy Dams. This also includes just west of Lakeview, but anywhere along 131 between M46 West and M46 East. So I think we're all familiar with those areas, right? Just north of Rockford. Please seek shelter now. Again, if you're in an apartment complex, best place to be is in the lowest part of your building, preferably in a stairwell or something like that. It gets hectic, it's loud, it's flashing, the sirens are going off, it causes an adrenaline rush, but it's just important to stay calm and take shelter until it passes. Even I get an adrenaline rush sometimes still. It's totally normal. There's a lot going on out my window right now with the tornado warnings and the sirens. But again, we're going to get through this, and we're going to keep everyone safe. So again, the tornado warning, Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville, we have some very high winds coming through there. Please seek shelter. And off to the north, just north of Rockford, towards Croton Hardy Dams, Lakeview, and anywhere along from Cedar Springs to Sand Lake and Howard City, just south of Morley. Seek shelter, please. All right, so again, those sirens likely to go off here in just a moment. Again, for a lot of us, lots of thunder and lightning coming on through. Very good idea to seek shelter right now. So again, 2 tornado warnings are in effect. These are both radar indicated as they're coming on through. The tornado warning, well, both tornado warnings are now going to expire at 10:45, so in about 30 minutes. We also have the possibility for hail, and hail blowing around in those winds can also cause a lot of damage as well. Think about, hail the size of golf balls or even quarters hitting your siding of your house and hitting your windows in a 70-mile-per-hour wind. It can cause a lot of damage. It can break windows. So it's definitely important to stay away from the outside wall of your home, and please just seek shelter. I'm going to let the radar loop here for just a moment for you. Again, 2 tornado warnings in effect for another 30 minutes. Otherwise, we have destructive straight line winds possible in excess of 80 miles per hour. All right, everyone. Lots of thunder and lightning showing up in the Grand Rapids area now. It's pretty much going off like a strobe light out there. So again, 2 tornado warnings, one for Holland area, one for northern Kent County, southern Newaygo County. Until 10:45, straight line winds possible in addition to the tornado threats. We're now up to 30,000 people without power already, including a large swath of Holland. which leads me to believe that there probably was a brief spin up over in that area. Also, looks like we have one near the Saugatuck area as well. A couple scattered, a lot of them scattered around Muskegon, Norton Shores, Ferrysburg, Coopersville, seeing some outages now as well, and so on and so forth. We're seeing, let's see, 51 mile per hour winds in Coopersville was recorded, 54 miles per hour in Saugatuck Douglas, 63 miles per hour at the Muskegon Airport, Whitehall Montauk up into the 50, 60 mile per hour range as well. Lots and lots of wind gusts here. All right. So again, we still have those tornado warnings in effect as these storms come on by. So I'm going to pause it and flip back over to velocity just to see if we can see any of that rotation taking place still. And it looks like we got, I mean, basically a couple areas of potential rotation going on here. We're getting in kind of a funky area with the radar now in northern Kent County, so it's going to be a little bit harder to see it there when it's perpendicular to the radar. But there it is, going on by very, very quickly. And down to the south, I think we absolutely had a brief spin up on the west part of Holland there, but that looks like it was brief, as we had two cells kind of merged together that were going two different directions. I wonder if correlation coefficient was going to show anything with that. And again, correlation coefficient is a fancy way of saying debris detector, basically. I don't really see a whole lot there, but again, this is higher up in the atmosphere and probably didn't loft anything that higher up. So probably just a brief weak spin up that happened in that area, but still that rotation is there, so better to err on the side of caution. That warning will just keep going until 10:45. And I don't want to leave everyone else out, but down to the south we have some pretty heavy wind gusts coming through there as well. And off to the north we got some pretty strong wind gusts coming through there as well. But by far the most activity right now is around the Grand Rapids area in Holland, where we have those two tornado warnings. But again, the severe thunderstorm warning, don't forget, that is in effect until about 11:15, and that damage threat is destructive for 80 mile per hour winds that could be associated with that. And tornado possible to form with those at any time. So here's a look at the radar again. I'm pretty sure I can hear sirens off in the distance, which is probably coming from the Wyoming area or Hudsonville, Jenison. Okay, I think we're still streaming. Let's see here. Alrighty, so not seeing a whole lot as of just yet. .61 miles per hour in Benton Harbor. All right. Just had to make sure I was still live really quick. Now we got another severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued as everything is progressing further off to the east. This one has considerable damage threat with 70-mile-per-hour winds for Montcalm County. And again, that is going to be until midnight now. So, severe thunderstorm warnings are located along a line extending 7 miles east of White Cloud near Rockford to 6 miles southeast of Hudsonville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. And we've got the storm starting to come into Grand Rapids right now. Keeping an eye on other parts of the state just to make sure I'm not leaving anyone out. Let's take a jaunt to the UP really quick. We have special weather statement in effect for the Keweenaw, special weather statement in effect for Marquette and Escanaba for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. So some gusty winds up there for sure. Not even that much thunder and lightning, really just a lot of winds and some heavy rain. Escanaba, that special weather statement is going to be for 50-mile-per-hour winds and pea-sized hail. So still some activity in the Upper Peninsula as well, but not as much as what we're seeing down to the south. So again, we're still looking at these 2 tornado warnings that are in effect. One for Holland, Zeeland, Hudsonville, that is still going on for the next 18 minutes. And the other one for northern Kent County, southeastern Newaygo County for another 18 minutes as well. And then, of course, we have the severe thunderstorm warnings that are going for the next 48 minutes for destructive winds, possibly about 80 miles per hour or so. And I'm going to flip it back over to velocity just because I like to see if there's areas of rotation to watch out for. But we're starting to see some of these high wind pockets like right over Hudsonville right now. Now we're starting to get a little closer to the radar. So the radar site is this green dot in southeastern Grand Rapids. So when we start to see these bright colors over Hudsonville, that's a lot closer to the radar than when it was out over Lake Michigan. Closer to the radar also means lower in the atmosphere. Because remember, when you have the curvature of the Earth, a straight line goes up eventually. Eventually, you're going up as the Earth curves, right? So now we're getting a little closer to the ground, so that wind threat that's showing up on the radar has a higher possibility of coming to fruition down at ground level over Hudsonville. And now we're starting to see some of that really show up here. Looking around downtown, I don't see a whole lot going on as of yet. But lots and lots of thunder and lightning out there for sure. And again, the tornado warning area off to the north, we're still seeing some pretty strong winds up there as well. So everyone from the Croton-Hardy Dam area through Cedar Springs, Sand Lake, Howard City, over by Lakeview, should still be in their safe place for the next 15 minutes, as well as Hudsonville, Zeeland, and Holland. Please still be in your safe places as well. Now, for the city of Grand Rapids, Dorr, Wayland, please be ready to go to your safe place if the tornado warning is extended further off to the east. We also have some pretty high winds going on around the Big Rapids area now, it looks like. I'm going to take a quick check of power outages on consumers. We're now up to about 35,000. Not seeing too many additional ones coming on through just as of yet. See what I can see in terms of wind gusts here. Grand Valley State University reported 47 miles per hour. Zeeland reported 64 miles per hour. That was actually the MDOT station on 196. So 64 miles per hour there. 62 miles per hour in Holland. Now we're starting to get a lot of the heavier rain in Grand Rapids. All right, back to the radar though. So we are still looking at numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 tornado warnings that will be expiring here in less than 15 minutes. And let's see, we got a 72 mile per hour wind reported at Norton Shores. All right. So again, lots and lots of thunder and lightning still coming through with these. I'm going to put this into motion just so I can see if there's anything I should be looking out for really quick. And a lot of wind starting. Looks like that main area wind washed out a little bit. Or it's just getting perpendicular to the radar for the moment. Lots of wind likely still to come into Grand Rapids though. So really quickly, let's switch it back over to the regular radar. You can see that is a very intense line of storms coming through still with those 2 tornado warnings. All right, and after all this activity so far in the last, 2 hours that I've been with you guys here, we still have a long way to go and a long night ahead of us. Where I'm at in downtown Grand Rapids, we're getting some very heavy rainfall now and some wind. Can't really tell, everything's concrete, I don't have trees to look at. All right, but we're starting to see the whole line now really make its way onshore. Good news is once this line passes you, you're pretty much in the clear. So Muskegon, Grand Haven, we're starting to clear out. And we just got another Tetris piece of severe thunderstorm warnings issued. This is going to include Ionia, Hastings, and Kalamazoo. 60 mile per hour winds with tornado possible. 60 mile per hour winds with tornado possible for Kalamazoo through the Hastings area and up into Ionia County. That is your atypical severe thunderstorm warning. I like atypical as opposed to considerable damage threats. 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail is basically your run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. The one that we have in Grand Rapids was labeled damage threat destructive for that 80 mile per hour wind possibility. And again, still got those 2 tornado warnings that are going on there, but those will be, now we have a tornado warning that has been issued for Grand Rapids. Okay, Wyoming, Kentwood, This goes through Lowell, Door, Wayland. That is a tornado warning that was just issued for you. Safe places immediately, please. Starting to see the activity pick up in Grand Rapids. The sirens are going to be triggered here any moment now. So let's read through this together. This is a radar indicated tornado warning that has just been issued for the southern half of the Grand Rapids metropolitan area. This is for northeastern Allegan County, southern Kent County, northwestern Barry County until 11:15 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles northwest of Wayland, 15 miles south of Grand Rapids, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. All right, so please seek shelter now. That is a tornado warning. My watch and my phone just went off. Please seek shelter immediately. We are going to hear the sirens go off in Grand Rapids here any moment. It is going to get loud. We have this area of wind that we're watching from Hudsonville that is spreading east into Wyoming. This is very close to the radar, so this is making it down to the ground. I'm going to zoom in extremely close here. So Hudsonville, Wyoming, Kentwood. Tornado warning. Please seek shelter immediately. This is going to be in the city of Kentwood in less than 10 minutes. Cascade, less than 15 minutes. Wyoming right now. Sirens have been triggered. They're going off. Again, I am located in downtown Grand Rapids. I am in the tornado warning as well. Downtown Grand Rapids is in this. This also includes Wayland, Door, Lowell, Vergennes Town. Wow, that is loud. All right, so we have a tornado warning now. Again, southern part of Grand Rapids, Michigan. This includes Gaines Township. This includes Caledonia. This is in effect for quite a while, so please seek shelter. Again, apartment complexes, the lowest floor of your building. Lowest floor of your building. We got lots of thunder and lightning coming down here as well. So the sirens are going off, lots of lightning. Please head to your safe place. The tornado warning off to the north was allowed to expire already a little bit early, but now we have the tornado warning that is in effect for the southern half of Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Lowell, Caledonia, Kentwood, Cutlerville, Door, Wayland. We are all in this as this large area of wind is ready to come on through. Yeah, looks like we're not loading. I hope my internet didn't go out. There we go. Not seeing, well, we'll see here. Let's see. And if you're in a mobile home park, it is a great idea just to head to the storm. If you're in a mobile home park, it is a great idea just to head to the storm shelter in your community if you have one. I just saw that the power's out now in Hudsonville. The backup lights are on over there where I know people. Again, tornado warning for Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Lowell. Again, tornado warning for Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Lowell, Vergennes Township, Caledonia, Cutlerville, Dorr, Wayland, down toward Hastings. Tornado warning in effect. Please be in your safe place. This is moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this tornado warning includes most of Grand Rapids. Please be in your safe places. We have a lot of areas of very heavy wind showing up here. Very heavy wind showing up. Lots and lots and lots of it. With the possibility for some rotation, looking at this now, I'm most concerned along 131 along and south of M6. So we're looking at these areas of wind really coming together, acting strange, rotating. That is the area that we are watching here, and these are all shifting over towards the east and northeast. So that is going to be especially along M6, Kentwood, Caledonia. All right. It is really coming down out there, y'all. It is really coming down out there. So we have some very high winds coming through right now. I have been doing this so long, I am confident that I am not in danger right here, so I'm going to stay with you. But anyone else in this area should be in their safe place. Please, please, please be in your safe place now. Again, I am confident that I am safe here. I am in a steel and concrete building with windows that are rated to likely 110 miles per hour. I guarantee you, you are not. Please head into your safe place, a stairwell, the lowest floor of your apartment building, a basement, or the most interior room of your home. You want as many walls between you and the outside of your home as possible. And of course, please be away from any windows. Ooh, it's so loud. We have a lot of wind coming through the Grand Rapids area right now, and I am seeing just a lot of thunder and lightning going on out there right now. All right. It was just my ring light turned off really quick, just because I want to be able to see what's going on outside, so I just turned off my ring light. I didn't lose power just yet. But again, tornado warning in Grand Rapids. Tornado warning, Caledonia, Lowell, Ada, Cascade, Gaines, Wayland. We now have another tornado warning that has just been issued to the south. That includes Hastings. This tornado warning is for southeastern Allegan County and Berry County until 11:30. Please be in your safe places as well. So we currently have 4 active tornado warnings. 2 are going to expire here shortly, but 1 is for Grand Rapids. It's getting rather windy in downtown Grand Rapids now, y'all. I can see the rain blowing sideways on the windows, as well as hearing some whistling sounds from the windows. right, so now those 2 warnings were allowed to expire, so we're left with 2. We have the one for the next 30 minutes to 11:15, and the other is going to be for the next 45 minutes to 11:30. That one's down for the Hastings area, down toward, let's see, Nashville, Plainwell, Otsego, Orangeville as well. We have a lot of wind that is going through the Grand Rapids area at the moment here. It's getting really bad out there now, guys. It is getting really windy in Grand Rapids right now. Where I'm at in downtown, I'm not even in the worst of it either. So please be on the lookout for those winds to come on by. We're seeing more indication of possible rotation down here where those reds and the greens are a little closer together. Looks like we got a notch by Caledonia here as well, in addition to a lot of straight line winds showing up in Grand Rapids right now. Dang, it's getting really bad out there, guys. So again, we have 2 tornado warnings, likely to seeing some rotation. I'm going to take a quick peek at the correlation coefficient again. Okay, we have a debris ball showing up that just crossed 131. That is a debris ball. That is the blue dot that I was telling you about. So we have a light confirmed tornado now via debris ball. That is a confirmed tornado that is just past 131. That is moving right over Martin right now. So Orangeville, just to the north of Hooper, Prairieville. That's going to head your way. There it is. There's that debris ball moving. Again, that is debris being picked up and lofted by the tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground now. And again, that is moving over to the east at about 45 miles per hour. We're going to do that just so we can see it. So that is going to be for these cities: Orangeville, immediately, safe place now; Schultz, less than 15 minutes, and so on and so forth. And some of these might be townships. But again, that is a debris ball. That is that blue that I do not want to see in a tornado warning. So that is a confirmed tornado now with that debris ball right there. Again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground that just passed 131. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a tornado debris signature. Otherwise, we're going to see what's going on with the rest of this here. All right, so again, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is a debris ball. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Just crossed 131, moving over to the east. Largely rural areas, but still everyone in these tornado warnings needs to take shelter. That is a confirmed tornado. So there it is. It's just been updated by the National Weather Service to say observed. That is an observed tornado now. A tornado warning remains in effect. What is that noise? All right, a lot of water coming down out there. A lot of water coming down out there. Okay, so that is a confirmed tornado right there. That is what that debris ball is. That is a confirmed tornado. That is moving right over Orangeville now. And again, this is south of Grand Rapids. Will be south of Hastings, moving towards the Nashville area. So everyone in these tornado warnings needs to be in their safe places. It's getting bad in Grand Rapids. The rain's coming down so hard I can't even see the next building over now. Getting very, very windy as well. Let's see if we got anything else that needs to be talked about. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Got a little bit of a problem with water and stuff blowing through the window. So, that happened. That's why we take tornado warnings seriously. There we go. Alright. Okay, so we still have that debris signature showing up that crossed 131. Again, this is the debris signature right here. And that's going to move over to the east, just south of Hastings. We still have a lot of wind and rain coming through in the Grand Rapids area. And off to the north, you can see that we still have that tornado warning in the Grand Rapids area as well. Yeah, sorry about that. A lot of water just started pouring through the window. I think some kind of seal broke or something. So, sorry about that. Yeah, it got super windy for a minute. I think a seal on my window broke and water's all over the place. Okay. But now we're back. We're good. There we go. Now you can see me. All right. Causing a panic. Excuse me. I couldn't help that everything broke. See all the water right there pouring in the window? Yeah. Anyway. So again, 2 tornado warnings still in effect, 1 for Grand Rapids. Everyone needs to be in their safe spot. I'm going to switch it back over to velocity here. And now you can see how this funky wind is showing up. So basically, the way this is working and why it looks so crazy right now is because the radar can see things that are going towards it or away from it. And now we have this notch right here, east of Caledonia, south of Alto, towards Brown Center. So that's M50. M50 by Alto, this is an area of rotation that is highly concerning. So basically, red is away from the radar, so it's going like that. Green is towards the radar, it's hooking in like that. Definitely some rotation there as well. So Alto, Brown Center, Elmdale even, please be in your safe place. This will likely go just south of Clarksville, pretty much all along and south of M50. I used to drive that road to Lansing a lot just to avoid the highway, so I know it very well. Lots of farms out there and stuff, but people still live out there. We also have this area of rotation that has the history of now producing a tornado. So I'm going to flip it back over to correlation coefficient just to see if we still have a little bit of a debris ball there as well. So still a little bit of a debris ball there by Orangeville. And now I think we're starting to see one here as well. So this is another debris ball, likely to be a confirmed tornado on the ground east of Caledonia. So again, that's moving toward M50. That is going to be a confirmed tornado on the ground. And again, what I'm looking at is this ball right here. That's what we call a debris ball. That is just now showing up. So that is going to be a confirmed tornado on the ground there as well. So we have 2 confirmed tornadoes on the ground now. Again, this one's been updated to observed. The National Weather Service is going to update this one to observed here any moment as well. But that is another debris ball from a tornado being on the ground. You can put it into motion to see, and there it is. That's moving off to the northeast. That's going to head right towards I-96 here in just a moment. So the first one was about right here. Now it's about right here. So that would put it pretty much right over there, north of Clarksville, just east of the Lowell area along 96. And I'm going to keep clicking on this because it's going to update to observed, and then I want to read the text. But again, that is another debris ball showing up. And in addition to all that, we have those extremely high winds coming through Grand Rapids right now as well. So we're going to flip it back over to the velocity, and starting to calm down a little bit in downtown Grand Rapids now, but there's a lot of wind and rotation out there. So there it is. There's the wind and the hook with the tornado on it. So we have a twofer here. We got straight line winds and the tornado. So this little hook, this notch, that's going to be the tornado. So again, that's why we were seeing it move off to the northeast. So we got the tornado, and then we have straight line winds right here with this bright spot that are going to rush out. So Clarksville, be in your safe place. I think we're going to see another tornado warning that's going to be issued for Ionia County here any moment as that starts to move off to the east. And then, of course, we have the one Hastings. This one's headed right for you. So definitely time to be in our safe places in Hastings and Nashville as well. For Montville, we could actually see this move over to your area here shortly also. Now for other areas, Kalamazoo, we have the heavy rain and winds coming on through, Three Rivers as well. And off to the north, we've got a couple scattered severe thunderstorm warnings here or there. But this is kind of what I was thinking would happen earlier is the southern flank of the storms can choke off the moisture for the northern part of the storms. So you can see here, you know, we have a line of storms coming through, but a lot of the severe potential is just further here down to the south. So again, we still have those tornado warnings in effect. We still have the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect down by Kalamazoo. And there's that tornado warning that I was anticipating for Ionia County also. So we'll read this for you. This tornado warning is in effect for Ionia County, as well as northwestern Eaton County and northeastern Berry County. That's until 11:45. It says radar indicated rotation, but again, I'm pretty sure we just saw a debris ball, and then on top of all that, we have the straight line winds coming through as well. So that's for Hastings, Saranac, Sunfield, Clarksville, Portland, Freeport, Mulligan, Woodbury, Lake Odessa, Woodland, and Cibola. All right. So again, 3 active tornado warnings right now. One still includes Grand Rapids, though the worst of it has passed. A little more visibility showing up here again in downtown. And I got water literally running in my window and down my wall. So it got pretty bad here in downtown Grand Rapids for a minute as well. I'm on like the 8th floor though, so. Okay. So now that I'm not flooding, alrighty. Meteorologist caught in the tornado warning like everyone else. So again, make sure you're in your safe places. There we go. That's what I like to see. They cut the tornado warning for Grand Rapids. It is now just out for Lowell Charter Township, Portland, just south of Ionia for southern Ionia County. Now it has been turned into an observed tornado. So I want to read what they said about the observed tornado. Confirmed tornado was located near Lowell, 14 miles north of Hastings, moving east at 50 miles per hour. So let's go back over to that velocity. Okay. And there it is. I mean, I wouldn't say it's moving east. I would say it's moving northeast. I would Saranac, Ionia, Lions Mirror. I would be in your safe places. I think this is going to cross 96 and get closer to M21. But straight line wins for Lake Odessa, Sunfield, and Mulliken for sure. And then that there's that tornado hook showing up just south of Hastings. So Hastings, please be in your safe place as well. Let's see if we can see a debris signature again. And there is that debris signature south of Hastings. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. When we see blue show up like this, in the red, magentas, pinks, whatever you want to call it, this is what we call debris ball. That debris ball is the tornado lofting different size objects up into the air. It could be leaves and twigs. It could be 2x4s, things like that. But we also have the other one that's kind of faded out a little bit, but still going on off to the north. So just a lot of things to watch out here for. But anyone in Ionia County, I would definitely be on the lookout. And now we have another tornado warning issued for Battle Creek, Marshall, and Albion. So again, that is another tornado warning. This is a brand new one for Battle Creek, Marshall, and Albion. And we'll read this here for you. This is a radar indicated tornado for Calhoun County and northeastern Kalamazoo County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage was located along a line extending near Gull Lake to Galesburg, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Okay, so let's take a look at the velocity again. Just look at our wind speeds here, and there it is over Galesburg. Unfortunately, one of the areas that was just hit about this time last year, actually. And then we're moving east at 55, so we'll do that. Calculate this out for you. That puts it in Battle Creek in less than 8 minutes. And you can see these other towns here, Sunrise Heights, which I think is just east of Battle Creek. Marshall, less than about 20 minutes. Albion, about 30 minutes. So again, it's time to calmly head to our safe place. As you can see, since major cities are involved, population impacted is over 100,000. So we now are back up to 4 active tornado warnings. These are all moving towards the Lansing and Jackson area as well, so lots to keep our eyes on here. And we're definitely seeing this notch go right over I-96. So I-96, just east of the M50 exit, where it does that little split thing, is what we're looking at. Oops, there we go. So Clarksville is now in the thick of it. We have some very strong winds showing up as well. Saranac, time to be in our safe place. And again, I think it's moving a little more northeast than east here. So Ionia, I'm going to pre-warn you. Ionia, the city of Ionia, time to get into our safe places as well. See if we can see that debris ball still, because that really helps us pinpoint what's going on here. Not seeing much, well, maybe a little one right over the highway right now. But again, I'm 96 north to M21. Really on the northern side of this tornado warning is what we're going to look out for here. And then there's the debris ball for Galesburg. Oh, I hate seeing these. So that is another confirmed tornado. We're up to at least 4 now, maybe 5. At least 4 confirmed tornadoes based on radar signatures. Now, we had Caledonia, we had the Hastings one, we have this one, we had the Holland one. Maybe the one confirmed over by Muskegon. That would be 5. So 5 confirmed tornadoes so far. Very, very active night. Again, this is a debris ball, I-94. So we have tornadoes crossing I-94 and I-96 in Michigan, in addition to one that went over 131 just a little while ago. And then before that, Highway 31. So US 31, US 131, I-96, and I-94 have all had tornadoes cross them so far tonight. Okay, focusing on the high debris ball down here. east of Galesburg, north of Climax. This is going to move right toward Battle Creek. Battle Creek, I can't stress this enough. Safe place now. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Battle Creek, confirmed tornado on the ground. Please be in your safe place. This is moving very, very quickly, so we're going to go ahead of it and pre-warn it here a little bit. So Battle Creek, we're talking like now. Tornado on the ground moving toward Battle Creek. This is going to be moving off to the east, so areas like Greenfield Park, Waddles Park, and Walnut Point coming your way as well. This is going to be just north of Marshall. Here's the other debris ball, I think just south of Hastings. Let's see what's going on. Okay, that one looks like it's fizzled out a little bit, which is excellent news as it moves toward Nashville and Vermontville. But Nashville and Vermontville, as well as Eaton County, I would be in your safe place as well. And then the one that was crossing 96 looks like it might be toward Ionia. Let's see here. Having trouble finding it. There it is. Getting awfully, it's headed right for Ionia. There's just some rotation up there still. Moving right for Ionia. So that would be right over Saranac at the moment. And again, there was a little debris signature with this over Saranac that I was watching. So this area has had a debris signature. I'm definitely seeing the little notch and rotation there. This is moving pretty much right towards Ionia, Lions Mirror, M21. I know that area well. I also used to take that road to Lansing for something different because I did not like 96. And look at all these straight line winds showing up. So really all of Ionia County, northern Berry County, we have the straight line wind showing up here as well. This is going to be an intense wind threat getting into Portland as well as Nashville and Vermontville. Lake Odessa getting it right now. Maybe another little notch over Lake Odessa. Vermontville, Nashville, but then we got Sunfield and Mulligan. This is going to come your way also. That's along M43. We're going to see those storms come by. And again, Battle Creek, it's going to be over you right now. We're going to get an update here momentarily. I'm hoping this debris ball doesn't move right over downtown Battle Creek, but I think we're in a very dicey situation in Battle Creek right now. So Battle Creek, Michigan, home of Kellogg's, please be in your safe place. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Confirmed tornado on the ground, Battle Creek. Again, this blue dot that I'm watching for is called a tornado debris signature. And that is moving right toward Battle Creek. Tornado debris signature showing up on the radar. Moving right towards Battle Creek. All right, and again, pre-warning out, these are all going to get close to the Lansing area eventually, just to the west still. These are the warnings that we have right now. Now we got an update, and that debris signature is right over downtown Battle Creek. I mean, look at all these roads. I hate to see this. So that is a tornado debris signature over downtown Battle Creek, Michigan. Tornado debris signature over Battle Creek, Michigan, showing up on the correlation coefficient. See what's going on up near Ionia, because that was another area that I was watching. That area that was having some debris in it has now moved to the east of Ionia, but this one right over Battle Creek. I do not like seeing that at all. That is a tornado debris signature. It's matching up perfectly with what we're seeing on the velocity right there. And maybe another notch off to the north, forming just north of Battle Creek as well. So Battle Creek, Marshall, safe places, Olivet, safe place as well. I think we're going to see another tornado warning issued off to the east here momentarily, but we also have these straight line winds that are racing toward Ionia and Portland. Lake Odessa is right underneath this high wind. Sunfield, Mulligan, I know these are two small communities, but we have some neighborhoods in there. Some good sized neighborhoods, a lot of homes. So, and they're out in the open in those fields, Sunfield and Mulligan. So please, please, please seek shelter immediately if you are in those areas. Again, off to the north, Cadillac, we got some wind showing up here as well. We're kind of in between radar sites up here, but we'll turn on the Gaylord radar site and a lot of wind. I just wanted to make sure I'm covering the whole state here really quick. So here's what it's looking up off to the north. No warnings for Traverse City, but a couple heavy downpours coming through. Severe thunderstorm warning that is honestly kind of run of the mill. For Cadillac, another one north of Big Rapids. It's kind of run of the mill as well. And no warnings in the Upper Peninsula, but we still do have the special weather statements for Munising down toward Manistee, and that's for 40-mile-per-hour winds and pea-size hail. But again, by far the most activity now is headed towards the Lansing area, and eventually Jackson as well. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground. It has now been updated to observe for Battle Creek. So tornado warning remains in effect till 11:45. Battle Creek moving east at 60 miles per hour. Hazard is a damaging tornado. So again, damaging tornado. And it's very difficult to see because it's dark outside. I'm going to turn it back to velocity. I'm going to go back to the Grand Rapids radar. There we go. And again, we have these straight line winds that are going right at Portland, Sunfield, Mulligan. So Portland, Sunfield, Mulligan. Please take shelter. This is going to be an intense line of wind coming through. But Battle Creek, that tornado warning is still in effect. And that debris signature was showing up right over the town. Again, this has now been switched to an observed tornado. There's that debris signature going right through Battle Creek. It passed right through downtown Battle Creek. So there's that tornado debris signature through Battle Creek. Notice it's not a perfect circle anymore, so the tornado might have lifted, but the debris is still up in the air being wafted around. So that's why we're still going to see it showing up there. So Marshall, Albion, absolutely be in your safe places now as well. All right, and these storms do have the possibility of continuing to produce tornadoes even as we move over towards the Lansing and Jackson areas. Grand Rapids, you are now in the clear. Muskegon, Grand Haven, Holland, you are now in the clear. Big Rapids, Ludington, Manistee, you are in the clear. You are all good. Bay City, Saginaw, Flint, Detroit, Ann Arbor, you're still under the gun, as well as Lansing and Jackson. So again, we have 3 active tornado warnings right now. These have all had confirmed tornadoes. So please, please take these seriously. Please seek shelter. In addition to that, we have straight line winds coming through. And those straight line winds can cause a lot of damage themselves. A lot of damage possible themselves. I can turn on storm reports and see if we're seeing anything. Not getting official storm reports yet, probably because they have to be filtered through the National Weather Service here, and they're very busy right now. Also, remember there's a lot of staffing issues at the National Weather Service right now. All right. So yeah, I'm still watching these. Multiple tornado warnings still in effect.
An update to this warning, guys.
All right. Okay, so it looks like the little notch that we're watching out for east of Battle Creek. Okay, now we have a brand new tornado warning that just popped up. So that is for Eaton County. This tornado warning is for Eaton County, the whole county, until 11:45. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located along a line extending near Vermontville to Bellevue, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So again, 60 miles per hour tornado possible. That is for Grand Ledge. That's over by Diamonddale, Potterville, Charlotte, Olivet, Brookfield, Eaton Rapids, Vermontville as well. And that does include the west side of Lansing. So Delta Township, Waverly, Grand Ledge, that includes you. So we basically have a line of tornado warnings that extends from 69 down through Marshall and 96 pretty much between Grand Rapids and Lansing. Again, straight line winds and possible embedded tornadoes. So I'm showing you the velocity here. We can see the wind on the radar, and that's what's showing up here. There's some very, very high winds coming on through. And it looks like we have a notch that's getting close to Olivet. Another one could be going towards Charlotte. But I also like to throw on the correlation coefficient. It shows us debris being lofted up by these tornadoes in the atmosphere. And it looks like the one toward Olivet would be the most concerning. So Olivet, safe places now. That would be going toward Brookfield as well. Okay, there. It's pretty much right over Olivet. So this is including Bellevue, Olivet, Brookfield. So I can't stress this enough. Olivet, safe place. Again, this is moving awfully fast. I think this is going to head towards Eaton Rapids as well. I'm just going to type it in a little faster, just give everyone some leeway here. Okay, so obviously it's right over Olivet. Brookfield, we're talking less than 8 minutes. Eaton Rapids, less than 15 minutes. Onondaga, less than 18 minutes. This will eventually get toward Leslie as well, possibly, but I think it's going to go just to the north of there. And then eventually maybe towards Holt as well. So right now we're looking at Olivet as being one of the larger areas of concern, because this is a possible tornado debris signature here as well. And off to the north, I'm not seeing debris signatures there, so that's good. But I think we are seeing a debris signature kind of crossing right over these two tornado warnings that are, again, Olivet and Brookfield would be my main concerns with that one. Olivet and Brookfield. Let's go back over to velocity here, and there it is. There's the notch we're looking at with the bright colors there. Remember, green is toward the radar, red is away from the radar, and that means we have the rotation right next to each other there. So Olivet, safe places. This is likely a confirmed tornado on the ground causing damage. Brookfield as well, please. Safe places. Mobile homes. If you have a shelter in your community, that is the best place to go. Fortunately, mobile homes just are not safe at all in the tornadoes. And then if you're in an apartment building, the lowest level, a stairwell would be great. Obviously, if the building goes partially underground or if it has a basement, that would be even better. Basements are always preferred, but understandably, not everyone has a basement. And again, this is the notch getting toward Olivet that we're watching out for, indicating the tornado possibility there. Straight line winds making their way through Portland right now. That's what all this is, and that's over Sunfield and Mulliken at the moment. Again, there are neighborhoods there. And that's going to head toward Grand Ledge, which is a much larger community just west of Lansing. Ionia and along M21, we're also seeing that. So the smaller towns of Lyons Mirror, beautiful area, by the way, if you've never been. Nice river going through there and a couple local restaurants. And then eventually over toward Puama, Westphalia, and Fowler. And this is in a market that I used to cover, so I know this area very, very well. Now I cover the whole state, but I know this area like the back of my hand. And we still have the active tornado warning for Marshall and Albion as well. Marshall and Albion as well. Again, Grand Rapids, you're in the clear. Anywhere along and west of 131 is now in the clear. If you live along or west of 131, you are in the clear. But we have 3 active tornado warnings ongoing still, including the possibility of one on the ground causing damage near Olivet. So I'm going to focus on that just for a moment. We're going to get another update here momentarily, so I'm going to switch it back to correlation coefficient, and there's that debris signature that moved just over Olivet there. Likely just south of the college. But still, that's going right towards Brookfield. So again, there's a debris signature with a tornado moving toward Brookfield now. Debris signature moving toward Brookfield. Rives Junction, I just saw someone. There you are. It's not there yet, but you could be issued a tornado warning in Jackson County as well. We'll just have to wait and see. But I know where you are. I used to cover that area. We just got a report of a 76 mile per hour wind at Battle Creek. And it looks like the Battle Creek airport went offline as it registered that, so it likely got hit. 66 mile per hour wind at the Kalamazoo airport. .61 miles per hour at the Grand Rapids airport. Very high winds, 76 miles per hour. That is Category 1 hurricane force winds in Battle Creek. Likely having a lot of damage in Battle Creek. Let's switch it back over to the velocity because that's the best way to see where the tornadoes are. And again, this is a large area. Large area of wind there. Stockbridge is in the in the crosshairs eventually, but not just yet. We're still about a county away. Very, very beautiful architecture in Stockbridge, by the way. I love driving through there. Alrighty, so it looks like we have a couple notches here. I'm seeing another notch show up that would be north of Charlotte, headed toward Potterville. And notches are what you can tell by the green going in a little bit here. That's a terrible color. Hold on. Let's fix this. Let's make it hot pink. Okay, there we go. So notch going in there, red going out here indicates rotation. Same thing with Olivet, a notch in, red going out, rotation, rotation. And off to the north, we just got straight line winds galore. But those two notches are both in Eaton County now. Charlotte and Eaton Rapids, Diamonddale, Potterville, Grand Ledge, and the west side of Lansing. It's time to be in our safe places. I really hope this one by Charlotte doesn't keep tightening up because that is headed right toward Lansing. Brookfield, it's pretty much right over you at the moment. So I got two notches I'm watching here. I got this notch right here, and I have this notch right here that I'm watching out for. So again, we got a notch over Brookfield and a notch over Potterville that we're watching out for. Two areas of possible rotation. I'm going to flip it back over to where we can possibly see the debris signatures. And there's a little teeny bit of one maybe right here. I'm not seeing one with the one up here, which is good, but that could just be like a yet thing. So we'll see. And then nothing showing up off to the north for Ionia County either. But now we have another debris signature showing up over Marshall, or just the northeast of Marshall, so that's over 94. I'm going to put this in motion just to make sure that's not a little ball of bad data. Nope, I think if that might be something that we just saw develop in the last radar frame. So, because we are far away from the Grand Rapids radar now. Are we closer to any other radar site? Not really. We're right in the middle of every radar. Okay, so there is likely a notch that just happened north of Marshall. If I can kind of make it out here, I think we're seeing one right here. And that would be where the debris signature is there. Yep. Okay, so the likely a tornado on the ground just to the northeast of Marshall. I know it says observed, but I think that was from an earlier one. Yep, that was from the earlier one. So it looks like we have another tornado producing storm there. Still seeing a little bit of a signature by Brookfield, but these things can re-spin up at any time, so definitely be in your safe place in Brookfield, or anywhere in the tornado warning should be in your safe place. And again, that does include the west side of Lansing, Grand Ledge, Diamonddale, Potterville, Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Brookfield, Olivet. I'm going to go back over to our velocity here. And yeah, we're seeing several notches show up now. Really tightening up, actually. I hope these aren't going to be... it is a little concerning, I'm not going to lie. Right. So again, these are getting towards the Lansing, Michigan area now. Lansing, Michigan area now. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued for the Tri-Cities. That includes Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland for the next, that's going to be until 12:45 a.m. And that is for Bay County, Saginaw County, Midland County, 12:45 a.m., moving at 40 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gust. That's another run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. Still definitely needs to be taken seriously, don't get me wrong. Needs to be taken seriously, absolutely. But we have the tornado threat ongoing now toward Lansing, and these notches are really starting to show up now. Really starting to show up. However, that one by Charlotte is really concerning. Really quickly, before I focus on these more, this is what our line of storms is looking like right now. We have 3 active tornado warnings, multiple tornadoes on the ground near the Lansing area. Off to the north, we have more what you would call run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warnings, still being taken seriously, but they're about 60-mile-per-hour winds and smaller hail. But we have larger hail possibilities down to the south and a lot of wind and tornado threats down to the south there as well. And again, these velocities are really concerning because now we're starting to see like a full-on couplet signature here. That is right here and right here. And that was not what it looked like a couple of frames ago. So I'm thinking that we have 2 strengthening supercells that are rotating. We have 2 areas of rotation that could be leading towards some larger tornadoes here in just a moment. Otherwise, we are keeping an eye on this line of wind that's extending from Marshall to Albion. We'll be keeping an eye on Jackson County. But I'm really concerned right now about Eaton County, and we're likely to see Ingham and Clinton counties both have tornado warnings here in a minute if these continue. Okay, I think we just got our next tornado warning. So now we have a tornado warning on the north side of this line. Tornado warning, this one's radar indicated. It will be expiring at 12:15 a.m. It's for Gratiot County and Clinton County. And that is for severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds located along a line extending 5 miles west of Ithaca to 10 miles south of Carson City, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated tornadoes. We are back up to 4 active tornado warnings. We're going to flip it back over to our debris signature mode here to see what we can see. Not seeing anything off to the north, but now I'm seeing a debris signature for that one that I was really concerned about. That is just north of Potterville, but now that's really going to start to get into Delta Township and Lansing. And this is eventually going to cross 496 and maybe even go right into downtown Lansing. So we need to be extra careful. Lansing Road, Old Lansing Road, Canal Road, Crates Road, 96, 69, 496, that huge interchange there. Again, Waverly, out by the malls and Horrocks and all that. You got to really pay attention to this. So again, this is a tornado debris signature getting into the capital city of Michigan, into Lansing, Michigan. If it continues on this trajectory, it would be like right over the Capitol building in downtown Lansing, like awfully close to it. So watching that very, very closely. I think we're going to see Ingham County issued a tornado warning here shortly as well. I'm going to keep an eye on this one from Marshall to Albion. Let's see if there's any tornado debris signatures I should be watching out for. This one is really starting to wash out now. It was a little tighter, but now it's starting to wash out. So I'm thinking it was a brief touchdown, and now that debris is lofted up higher in the atmosphere. And off to the north, Alma to Ithaca. I don't think I'm seeing a debris signature. I don't believe so. But let's look at our hooks that we got going on and our couplets. This is the area that we're watching. So Fowler towards Maple Rapids would be what we're watching for in this rotation, this hook here. And that happens on the north side of a Boeing segment. You can get it swirling up on the north side there. Okay, so again, there's that tornado warning I was expecting for Ingham County. So Ingham County, we now have tornado warning in effect. That includes Lansing, that includes Holt, Mason. That is for Ingham County until 12:15. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage were located along a line near Potterville to Eaton Rapids, moving east at 65 miles per hour. Again, so yeah, we're looking for these 2 couplets here at 65 miles per hour. And now this one is getting like right into the city of Lansing itself. So we got this one. I'm just going to type in 70. And This would put it into Lansing in less than 5 minutes. East Lansing, where Michigan State University is, less than 9 minutes. Bath Township, less than 12 minutes. Hazlet, less than 12 minutes. Perry, less than 20 minutes. All right, and for the other one, we're just going to go a little faster there as well. That would be, again, Eaton Rapids right now. Let's see, Mason, less than 10 minutes. Dansville, less than 16 minutes. Williamston, I'm so sorry. I know we have, had a bad tornado there a couple of years ago, less than 20 minutes. Weberville as well. Fowlerville too. So again, we got multiple tornado possibilities here, including some that I think are actually on the ground. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson and Jackson County now, and that has the possibility of producing a tornado. We just got a fresh radar update. So let's go from the north south. We have some areas that might be rotating near Alma up to the north here. So Alma, Wheeler, please, Ithaca, safe place. Here's another notch that we're watching out for a lot, and that is the one north of St. John's right here, from Clinton County getting into Gratiot County. But now we got the one over Lansing and the other one that is from Eaton Rapids to Onondaga moving off to the east. And again, that'll be getting toward Mason. I'm not sure why Mason's not showing up. It's right here. There it is. So that would be headed right toward Mason here eventually as well. I'm going to turn it back on our debris signature to see if we can see that debris again. And we now have a debris signature showing up just north of Diamonddale, south of Waverly. So again, Delta Township in Lansing. And that is literally going to be moving into downtown Lansing. The capital city of Michigan is going to have a tornado debris signature over it here momentarily. So all of Lansing needs to be in their safe places right now. And again, that tornado warning has been issued for all of Ingham County as well. A little debris signature has been washed out slightly to the south of Eaton Rapids, but still something to keep an eye on. All right. So again, we're going to focus on Lansing here exclusively for a minute because we have a tornado debris signature getting into Lansing. Easily a debris signature in the largest city thus far of the night. So please, please seek shelter immediately. In Lansing, again, lowest floor of your apartment. Basements are always the best. Mobile home communities sometimes have a shelter. That would be the best place to go there, or any sturdy structure. Mobile homes are just not safe to be in. All right, let's go back over to the velocity here, and there's that notch that we're looking for. So we got winds kind of rushing out this way, rotating in this way, and that's why we get the rotation there. So those rotating winds being indicated there into Lansing, Michigan. And we are like equal distances between radar plot points here, so yeah. And again, just a severe thunderstorm warning down by the Jackson area, but we're still watching this little hook area as well. Alrighty, so again, Lansing, East Lansing, Okemos, Williamson, everyone should be in their safe place now. And this is continuing to move off to the north and the east, so eventually that would be into Bath, Bath Township, Hazlet, Meridian Township as well, and even parts of DeWitt. Now, if this keeps tracking this way, this will be going along 69. Perry, we had a tornado not too long ago as well, so I know we're a little antsy in Perry as well as Moorish. We'll keep an eye on it for you here as this moves off to the north and the east. Okay, we just got a fresh radar update, now likely right over downtown Lansing. So where we're seeing that notch. I'm going to flip it back over to the correlation coefficient to see if we have that debris signature. And it's not as strong as before. Like the tornado might have lifted. There might be some debris floating around higher up in the sky. That's good. I don't want to see it, getting stronger. That's for sure. Not seeing debris signatures down to the south anymore, which is a good thing. And off to the north, not seeing them either. But now we have another tornado warning. This tornado warning has just been issued for Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw. So that is another tornado warning that has just been issued for Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado is located near Pleasant Valley or 11 miles southwest of Sanford, moving east at 55 miles per hour. 55 miles per hour. And again, this is something to take seriously. So Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, we have to be in our safe places now as well. I'm going to flip over radar sites here. We're also really far from a radar site. Might actually be slightly closer to the Grand Rapids one, believe it or not. And there with those areas of rotation be as it moves off to the northeast. All right, so again, everyone should be in their safe places around these areas as well. In addition to Lansing, and we have that intense rotation down to the south as well in parts of Ingham County. The warning for Marshall and Albion will be allowed to expire here shortly. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. Let's take a look at what the radar looks like as a whole. And this is the line that we are seeing crossing on through. So we're about halfway done with it now. As it continues to march over to the east, I think we've been live for a little over 3 hours. So again, we're getting to some very heavily populated areas. Please, please, please take shelter. We have confirmed tornadoes on the ground. Confirmed tornadoes are on the ground. All right, so now the warning for Eaton County has expired. We still have the warning for Ingham County in effect for another 30 minutes. We have the warning for Gratiot and Clinton County in effect for another 30 minutes. And for Midland, Bay, and Saginaw counties, that is in effect for another hour until 12:45 a.m. In addition to severe thunderstorm warnings, we now have severe thunderstorm warnings that include Oakland County. These are being warned well ahead of time to give people a lot of notice, but that damage threat for Oakland County, which is the Detroit metro area, is considerable. For Genesee County, that damage threat is considerable as well. For Saginaw County, just kind of your run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning, but then we have that tornado warning that's still in effect for Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw also. Let's flip it back over to the wind mode where we can see the wind and that rotation. And let's put it into motion here so we can kind of get our bearings. See, some of these are kind of moving more off to the north. I would think the rotation by Alma and Ithaca would be a little more of a concern. Whoops. So we are looking at, let's see, Merrill, less than 10 minutes. Midland, less than 20 minutes. Auburn, less than 25 minutes. Essexville, Bay City, basically, about a half an hour. Again, subject to change, but that's what we're looking at. Now we got another notch, again, by Onondaga down to the south. So a lot of spin-ups along this line coming on through. We could be looking at just multiple brief tornado touchdowns as the line spins up. But that's a lot of wind potential making its way on through there. All right, so again, the tornado warnings for Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw still there as well. And Lansing, I think we're going to flip over to the Detroit radar now because we're getting closer to the Detroit radar. And that's where we're seeing this area of concern. Okay, so kind of two areas of rotation it looks like here. We got one by Wheeler, and we got another little couplet that is southwest of Midland. And I believe these are both moving, it looks like northeast. Let's see. Maybe east-northeast. All right. So this is going to be Midland less than 5 minutes. So potential tornado in Midland less than 5 minutes. Auburn less than 13 minutes. Cucaulin less than 20 minutes, as well as Linwood. And then the other one a little further down to the south, that would be Freeland less than 10 minutes. Zilwaukee less than 19 minutes. Bay City about 20 minutes. Essexville 25, Munger 26. All right, so lots of tornadic activity that we are watching out for. We're going to see this one in Gratiot and Clinton County probably expire in the next 20 minutes or so, but we still got some notches that we're watching out for there. So again, anyone in a tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. These are producing tornadoes. They are. In fact, I want to take a look at consumers. We're up to 139,000 people without power now. Lots of power outages in Kalamazoo. Just a lot. You can see the paths of the tornadic storms just causing damage and knocking out power. Lots and lots of folks without power, and we're even seeing some without power now in the tornado warning areas between Mount Pleasant and Midland on M20. Lots and lots of folks without power. and some in Lansing, but not as many in Lansing as I would expect. So that did lift as it made its way into the city of Lansing. But Battle Creek, lots of power outages around Battle Creek, a lot of power outages around Battle Creek, and Kalamazoo. In terms of wind gusts that we are seeing, Wayland about 54. The Lansing Airport reports 61. Mount Pleasant 48. So we're getting some pretty good wind gusts outside of the tornado warnings as well. Okay, there's those areas of rotation from near Midland. So Midland, absolutely, and our safe place, please. Safe place in Midland, as well as some pretty strong rotation showing up once again in Gratiot County. Moving off to the northeast, that would be Wheeler, Merrill, and then eventually Saginaw County. You know, you might be issued another tornado warning there as well. Still seeing some of those notches show up in Ingham County. Okay, so now in Waverly, which is the west side of Lansing that I was reporting on a little while ago, a train spotter reported power flashes near the Meyer Distribution Center off of Crates Road, tornado debris signature on radar. So likely a tornado touchdown in the southwest part of Lansing. And again, there's a huge Meyer Distribution Center there. Power flashes were seen at the same time a tornado debris signature was reported. We have a wind damage report in Battle Creek. Reports of multiple mature trees down and broken branches 2 blocks north and west of Capitol Avenue and Columbia Avenue. So damage in Battle Creek as well. All right. So again, we still have a little tornado warning in effect for parts of Clinton and Gratiot County, Ingham County, and Midland, Bay, and Saginaw counties as well. I do want to keep flopping back and forth because the tornado debris signatures are literally our best friend right now. They can show us a lot. I think we're going to get some interference from hail cores in these storms now, of course, so I'm not sure if this is going to be much help anymore. These areas of hail can also lead to some correlation coefficient issues. So again, here's what the line looks like. It is breaking apart around the Jackson area, which is great. I'd like it if the whole thing fell apart at this point. I do want to take a jaunt off to the north quick. We do have a line of showers and storms passing Traverse City, Elk Rapids, up into Antrim County. None of it is severe, but some gusty winds are possible. And we're still seeing some of those thunderstorms into the UP. But we'll take any moisture we can get up there right now because the fire danger has been extremely high lately. But again, here's a look at the warnings without the radar cluttering them. These are all, the red are tornado warnings and the orange are severe thunderstorm warnings. And just to pre-warn areas in the Detroit Metro, this is a considerable damage threat from winds that could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Same thing in Genesee County where Flint is. Considerable damage threat for 70 mile per hour winds. And of course we have the tornado warning for the Tri-Cities, Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw. And still a tornado warning southeast of Lansing as well. But let's flip it back over to the Detroit radar. There we go. So we are seeing some storm activity now ahead of the main line. So if you are in really western Saginaw County, Fenton over toward, let's say in between Owasso and Corunna, that's not the severe line. The severe line is still over by Lansing and along 127. But I'm going to keep focusing a lot, on these areas of rotation over by Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw. So again, everyone does need to be in their safe places. I'm sure the sirens are going off like crazy where you're at. It is an adrenaline rush for sure, but we need to calmly proceed to our safe places. And of course, I'll be with you here until it's over. I've already been on for, I think, almost 4 hours. Maybe 3.5 or something like that. So again, the activity just starting to get really into the Midland area where we're seeing the reds and the greens touch. So the radar can see things on a very basic level. Green is toward the radar, red is away from the radar. The reason the arrows are going this way is because the radar is in Detroit. It's kind of far away, but that's what we're looking at. So when we get these little notches showing up, it indicates areas of rotation, and that's what we're looking at there. So it's just getting into the city of Midland right now. And again, we are far away from a radar site, so this is kind of hitting the mid-level of the thunderstorm where we have those rotating updrafts. So those updrafts are rotating. And now we have another tornado warning issued for Saginaw County. So this is a brand new tornado warning issued for Saginaw County. That's going to expire at 1 o'clock in the morning. Brand new tornado warning for Saginaw County in Michigan until 1 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Marion Springs, or 11 miles east of Ithaca, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This is radar indicated. St. Charles around 12:05 a.m., Birch Run around 12:30 a.m., and Frankenmuth around 12:35 a.m. So we now have tornado warnings for the entire Tri-Cities area because we are seeing a lot of rotation couplets show up there. So it's better just to cover them all. We still have this little area that's getting by Stockbridge that we'll watch out for. Let's flip it back over to correlation coefficient just to see if there's any debris signatures. I'm not seeing a debris signature, but that storm is rotating in Ingham County, still near Stockbridge, Mason, Dansville. So still definitely be in your safe place. Saginaw, Frankenmuth, again, it's getting a little cluttered up here on the correlation coefficient, but I'm not seeing anything too alarming right now. And just putting it back into the reflectivity, there's storms overhead, but it's really this line here. And anytime we have these two lines meeting, there's a lot of funky rotation going on. I'll put it in motion so you can see what I'm talking about. See how we kind of have like the first line almost like feeding into the main line? That's causing a lot of rotation and some weird stuff going on. So we are going to be watching out for a decent amount of rotation, especially honestly right in between Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland with these tornado warnings coming on by. And we could have maybe a couple of couplets showing up here. So Midland, absolutely safe places immediately. This is likely to go right through downtown. The biggest one kind of out here in the open. Probably going to pass awfully close by to MBS Airport and Freeland. There's a lot going on out here tonight. All right, just got a fresh update there, and I know it's a little bit of a mess. It's hard to tell. Not only are we far away from a radar site, but there's a lot of other things going on too. We're still seeing this main line just push out these winds with a history of producing a tornado, getting into Shiawassee County now. Maybe a little notch forming to the north of Owasso. So we can tell that because there's this little notch going in right there, and that could mean rotation as well. I'm going to be curious to see how many tornadoes are found when the National Weather Service does their surveys. because there could be quite a few. Quite a few. We could also be seeing a notch along I-69, and then again another one north of Owasso here, and maybe another one west of Chesaning. We have a lot of little areas of rotation coming on by. I would not be surprised if Shiawassee and Genesee County are issued a tornado warning here in a moment because of that. But I think the National Weather Service is doing a fantastic job keeping up with this tonight, especially considering all the staffing shortages and cuts they've been having lately. It's not easy when you don't have resources. All right, so flipping it back over, because we just got to keep an eye on things. We're just going to keep going back and forth. That way we don't miss anything. Nothing standing out correlation coefficient wise, so we'll flip it back over to regular radar. Starting to see a little activity form over towards the Detroit area now. Actually, you know what I bet we're seeing? I bet we're seeing warm front, cold front, occluded front, and this is the triple point. And that's why we're getting so much rotation there. I bet that's the triple point. There is another tornado warning now for Livingston County. All right, Livingston County, you are our newest tornado warning. So that includes Howell, Heartland, Fowlerville, Brighton. You know, we're getting into some major population centers here now in the west side of the Detroit metro. All right, so this is going to also include basically towards South Lyon. Your phone probably just went off if you were in this area. So what we're seeing is the tornado warning for Livingston County until 12:45 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over the Stockbridge area, moving east at 60 miles per hour. So that's this notch that we were watching down by the Stockbridge area. So I'm going to time this out for you. We're going to go a little bit ahead of it here. They're all kind of moving a little to the northeast instead of just east. So that's going to pretty much go right at the National Weather Service there. We'll just go a little faster just to give everyone some leeway here. Okay, so Howell, that would be in less than about 10 minutes. Brighton, about 15 minutes. Heartland, about 20 minutes. Milford, about 24 minutes. White Lake, about 29 minutes. Commerce Township, 29 minutes. Holly, about 29 minutes as well. So on and so forth. So again, that is another tornado warning. So let's go out and take a recap here. We have active tornado warnings now for, so again, that is another out Livingston and Ingham counties. I'm not really concerned about the Gratiot Clinton County one anymore. I think that looks, there it goes. See it? Yep. Okay. I feel like every time I talk, the National Weather Service is exactly on the same thought train I am. So it's working out well. Okay, yep. So again, Livingston County, it is time to be in our safe place. Recapping what that means. If you're in a mobile home park, head to a sturdy shelter, a sturdy building. Mobile homes are not safe to be in. Also, if you're in an apartment building, the lowest level into a stairwell would be the best place to go, but you want to be in the lowest level of that apartment building, away from outside walls and windows. Same thing with your home. If you don't have a basement, you want to be in the most interior room on the lowest level possible. Just put as much between you and the outside of your home as you can. That is the safest place to be. So again, Livingston County, that is going to be until 12:45. Saginaw County, we're looking at 1 o'clock in the morning and 12:45 as well for Midland and Bay counties off to the north. I think we got an update since I read all that for you. Then we just got an update right there. So we're back over to looking at the winds, and again, I can't stress this enough, the southeastern side of Midland, so I think that would be by Costco, Auburn, and then Cucaulin and Bay City. It looks to me like you're in the path of these brightest signatures here. So I just want to recap the timing there for you. Obviously, Midland and the Costco area, M47, MBS Airport, Shelter Now. But that would put this in the Bay City area and Cucaulin in less than 10 minutes. Tobico Beach, less than 12 minutes. A lot of beaches. Unionville, 31 minutes. Sebewaing, even. We got to watch out for Sebewaing and the Thumb, 32 minutes from now. All right, and again, a lot of this activity is getting down toward the Detroit metro as well. We have that tornado warning in effect for Livingston County. That includes Fowlerville and Howell. You can see the wind signatures really showing up well on radar. And getting toward the Hamburg area, it's really this that we're watching. This rotation right here. And again, that's moving like due east, maybe slightly northeast. That's going to bring it awfully close to downtown Brighton. So Brighton, absolutely be in your safe place right now, please. And eventually that's going to move, you know, really close to South Lyon, Wixom, Novi, and eventually West Bloomfield, Waterford, areas in Oakland County, likely central Oakland County. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning with considerable wind threats that are going to be possible in Genesee County. So that is still ongoing as well. It looks like we got another report here from Lansing. Semi-truck was overturned on Millet Highway between South Canal Road and South Crates Road. Location is within the tornado debris signature. Time is approximate. So in addition to the power flashes, we had an overturned semi. So likely we did have a tornado in Lansing. And off to the north here, you know, we're still seeing those areas of rotation in Midland. Again, Auburn, MBS Airport. This is going to be headed just north of Saginaw. So I think we're looking at the Saginaw Valley area. So Saginaw Valley, State University, Bay City, Essexville, Cucaulin. Please be in your safe places. And again, Livingston County as well. Let's flip it back over to see if there's a debris signature. We might actually have a debris signature showing up now. Just to the east. Oh, well, there you go. As soon as I said that, it disappeared. So I guess that is not a debris signature. What's going on up here? I'm going to put this in motion just so I can see a pattern. We might have something developing right there on the northern part of Livingston County. Now that would be concerning because that's headed right toward Fenton. Fenton is right there. Linden, Fenton, Holly, Cahokia, I think is how you say that. I should know that. I lived near it for a while. Okay, so this is, yeah. So it's hard to tell, but this is an area of rotation likely. Now my new color isn't working as well as I want it to, so back to red. Yeah, okay, so we're looking at area of rotation right there. And likely a debris signature now showing up by Cahokia, and that would move by Fenton and Linden. I think Fenton had a tornado a long time ago in the early 2000s, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, Grand Blanc had the tornado just last year. It was terrible. All right, so yeah, that first line over I-75 right now is not the main line we're looking for. It's this line back over to the west. And we still have those tornado warnings for Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw as well. So those velocity signatures are now showing up really near Auburn, just east of M47. And eventually that would be Bay City, again towards Saginaw Valley State University, which, you know, I think is out now for the summer. So And then Livingston County, watching out for that. I just want to double check and make sure I'm not missing a debris signature anywhere else. So we'll see what this one looks like when we get our next scan. I'm hoping it's not a debris signature, but that very well could be. So we're going to have to watch for that. And I can't tell, there's too much interference going on from the updrafts and the hail and stuff like that in different storm cells. Well, this whole storm really is blocking the radar viewing anything like that. It's like the radar beam has to go through all of this to get up into this area, and that is not helping anything at the moment. Okay, let's put this all into motion. There we go. So again, there's the line crossing the state through Lansing with the possible tornado damage there. We got reports of some damage. Trees down across Red Arrow Highway, Van Buren, Kalamazoo County line. Door, Michigan, large pine trees down on a property. All right. So we are at 3 active tornado warnings currently in the state of Michigan. We're starting to see everything progress off to the east into the Detroit metro. And just checking down to the south, not much more activity on the southern flank of this. So once this passes us by, we will be done. But it's going to be a little while longer still. And again, velocity is a little bit of a mess, but now I'm seeing maybe another couplet forming south of Swan Creek right here. I think we would be looking at another one possibly forming, and if that's moving over that way, and now this color's not working. I think we're going to go to blue. There we go, moving that direction. All right, so yep, we still have that tornado warning there, and we have severe thunderstorm warnings off to the north now, including Houghton Lake and Roscommon. I just want to flip over up there really quick, because I cover the whole state with Brad Sugden weather, so I don't want to leave anyone behind, but these severe thunderstorm warnings for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail that could be about nickel size, and that would include Gladwin as well, and eventually West Branch. Now, anything north of M55 is not severe, but we do have a lot of rain coming down, and that's really good news. The fire danger is super high up there. We have all the damage from the ice storm in northern Michigan that happened in late March, so we need the water up there for sure. But again, active tornado warning in Livingston County, Saginaw County, Bay County, and Midland County are where we have our active tornado warnings. All right, I think we have an update now, so I want to switch back over. There's the velocity. So a lot of wind showing up with these still as well. But let's look at that debris signature. And good news is not seeing a whole lot there, so that's all right. But Fenton, I would still be very wary. I would still be in our safe place. And likewise off to the north. Let's take a look at power outages again quick. Maybe some wind gusts as well. Consumers energy, we are up to almost 175,000 people without power. Another way to look is poweroutage.us. The whole state of Michigan now is up to about 250,000 without power. So we went from nothing to 250,000 without power since I've been on this live stream. Alrighty. So we're gonna leave it here for another scan and see what happens really quick. I'm gonna see, um, you know, I can barely keep up with the comments on TikTok. There's a lot going on there. All right. So we're starting to trim down some of these warnings, it looks like, on Livingston County. Seeing a lot of swirls up getting toward the Fenton area. So Linden, Fenton, it's a good idea. Tyrone Township, Heartland Township. Just be in your safe place still, because these can spin up and drop down so fast. I've seen it like within one frame of the radar, one update, we got another one. So, that is it's happening quick. And we're seeing a lot of brief little spin up potential in Saginaw County here, as well as Bay County now. I hope that's not another debris signature, but let's see. Yeah, I don't think that's a debris signature. All right. But a lot of interference up here still. Okay, so Midland, you have officially been cleared of the tornado warning. Midland is now clear of the tornado warning, but Bay City, we're still in it for another 20 or so minutes, as well as Saginaw. That includes Frankenmuth, Chesaning, other towns as well, St. Charles, Birch Run. Well, let's go just check our velocity again. There we go. Yeah, it's getting funky up there for sure. So we got a lot of wind approaching the south side of Genesee County, as well as US 23, really. A lot of wind, a lot of brief rotation possible. So, I mean, we could be talking landspouts as well, or gustnados. Gustnados, yeah. And again, seeing, the possibility for maybe some brief stuff in Genesee County as well. But we still have these two active tornado warnings in Bay City and Saginaw. Alrighty. So again, this little first line isn't exactly what we're watching. It's really the secondary line, but it looks like it's falling apart a little bit, which would be wonderful. But we're still watching a lot of the wind rushing out of the storm. So still a lot of wind in Livingston County, and it's the second line here. So again, this line right here, not much of a concern, but it's all this back here that would be a little more concerning that we're watching out for as that moves over to the east. All right, back over to the wind. And now a lot of that wind is starting to really get into Linden, Fenton, Tyrone Township, Heartland Township as well, and Brighton here eventually too. So these are going to be some very strong wind gusts coming on through. And again, there's a lot of power outages being reported. Now, if I refresh the state of Michigan, looks like we're still at about 250,000 without power. That's likely to go up though as this continues to move over to the east. And in terms of rotation, a little further to the north, you know, it's kind of a mess up here, not going to lie, and we're in a very poor radar coverage area. However, not seeing anything super concerning with those anymore. And not seeing debris signatures show up anymore either. So we are getting into less favorable tornado conditions now. We might be looking at more of just a wind threat from here on out because the wind threat is certainly there. This is a very bright area of wind threat showing up here. And then Oakland County, we still have that considerable threat for damaging winds that could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. Let's see, Washtenaw County, we're looking at 60 mile per hour winds with tornado possible there. And Genesee County, we're still under that threat too of considerable damage with the 70 mile per hour winds or greater. And again, that is moving into the southern part of Genesee County. So really anywhere along and south of I-69, which would eventually be into Grand Blanc, but absolutely Fenton, Linden, Holly will want to watch out. Holly, Ortonville, Atlas, Goodrich, Grand Blanc, everyone, Brandon, Oxford eventually will have to watch out for this to come through as well. So this is kind of like a good little wind core coming on through that we're watching out for, even though we still have that tornado warning that's coming on by. And we have some pretty good winds going through the Jackson area right now. Still under just a severe thunderstorm warning for the 60 mile per hour winds. And then further down to the south, Jonesville, Hillsdale, that's just a special weather statement, which is basically letting you know that it's going to be windy, but not severe levels. So that's just for 40 mile per hour winds for Jonesville, Hillsdale, and areas down to the south there. But still keeping a very close eye on these little rotation couplets. There's a lot of potential little rotation, but this is far away from the radar, and the storms themselves are rotating, so that's why it looks like there's a ton. Still watching out for these little notches from Grand Blanc to Fenton, though. Again, brief spin up possible there. I'm just going to flip it over to see if there's a debris signature. I don't like the looks of that at all. Might have, I don't know, let's put this into motion before we call it out. Yeah, we might have a debris signature showing up now in the Grand Blanc area as well as the Fenton area. There might be two debris signatures showing up here. So this would be one in Grand Blanc. Could be a debris signature showing up there. And that is, you know, right at the Hill Road, Grand Blanc Road area, like right where I used to live. So if you are Thornridge, Heatherwood, the Grand, getting back over to Rankin, you know, there's like a McDonald's at the US 23 Grand Blanc Road there by the landfill. Again, Hill Road up where like the new Costco is, where it goes over. We're gonna have to watch out there, but that would also be going into Burton and right over where Dort and Saginaw do that crisscross thing. Where all the car dealerships are in Grand Blanc. And then maybe another one showing up that would be going toward Holly. So Holly, I would be in our safe place, and Grand Blanc in our safe place, as well as Burton. Maybe even the south side of Flint, and then eventually Davison as well. And these areas are no stranger to severe weather the last couple of years, that's for sure. Correlation coefficient still useless off to the north because of interference. Velocity, though, showing a little bit of a mess up there. But we are seeing these notches that indicate something could be going on in these areas around Grand Blanc. And also by Fenton and Holly. So I'm going to focus on this area for just a little bit. And this is northwestern Oakland County. Again, kind of areas of concern that are not in tornado warnings right now. Genesee County might be issued a warning here. And that warning might clip Oakland County as well. I'll see what the National Weather Service does, but I'm definitely going to say that those areas should be in their safe places, because I don't like the looks of that. Might be washing out now, but there might have been a brief spin up there by west of Grand Blanc. And also now getting toward the Holly area. So Holly, I would be in our safe place as well, just for about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. And again, those warnings off to the north are probably going to expire here shortly. But now we also have severe thunderstorm warnings for Tuscola County and Lapeer County. That's going to expire at 1:30. Right, and again, so we're going to watch out for those areas pretty closely here. I'm going to put it back on the radar mode, and we're going to put a loop on it. We haven't looped it in a minute, so let's keep an eye on this loop here. Okay, someone said the Pontiac tornado sirens went off. Now they'll trigger those if the winds are in excess of 70 miles per hour as well. So either way, it causes a lot of damage and you should take shelter, absolutely. And that would likely be because of this large area of wind coming through. And notice there are some notches, little rotations going off there. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado warning is issued here, but they might just be sounding the sirens because of the winds, which again, they do if there's more than 75 or 70 mile per hour winds coming on by. But I think this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire soon once this area of wind clears in Livingston County and then off to the north. It's kind of a mess up here with velocity. But either way, a lot of wind is coming into Oakland County right now, and I can just check on the power outage numbers and see what's going on. We're now up to 255,000 without power. More than half of Van Buren County is without power. So a Lots of wind up there. Fenton reported 39-mile-per-hour winds. Leslie 57. Okemos 57. MBS Airport 49 miles an hour. All right, so we now have a tornado warning in effect for northern Oakland County. So that tornado warning is in effect for northern Oakland County. We can see the couplets developing there. These are the ones I was watching that were going near Fenton that I was talking about. So there's that tornado warning that I was mentioning could be issued. It has been issued now for northern Oakland County. The tornado warnings have been issued there. Might still be seeing a little bit of a debris ball that would be going, what is this road? Grange Hall Road. So just north of Grange Hall Road, pretty much right by Trip Road and Dixie Highway. So that is Mount Holly, actually. Mount Holly could have a tornado debris signature right over it right now. I think we all know where Mount Holly is on I-75, but that's what we're looking at for that. So the sirens are going to be going off in Oakland County. I do want to read the message here for you. So tornado warning for northern Oakland County until 1:15 in the morning. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Holly, moving east at 55. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. So again, tornado warning for northern Oakland County. The one for Livingston County has now been allowed to expire. So we just have the one for northern Oakland County, and we can track it here. By the way, it is moving east at 55. All right. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, two potential areas here. So one we'll do this way. So that would put it, again, it's right over Davisburg, Clarkston in about 8 minutes or less. Lake Orion, less than about 15 minutes. Oxford, about 18 minutes. So on and so forth. And we'll do the one a little further off to the north as well. All right, and that one is going to have Ortonville in about 5 minutes. Oxford in less than 15 minutes. So again, lots going on still. Northern Oakland County needs to be in their safe place. Sirens are likely going off. We have some rotation couplets possible in Genesee County now as well. That would be moving into Lapeer County here very shortly. And we still have the warnings for the Tri-Cities. It's just been kind of hanging out there for a minute. Don't think too much is happening yet. And now maybe another couplet down just to the northeast of Ann Arbor that would be headed over towards Livonia, Northville, and Redford. So I'm going to put a loop on this because I need to see the history of these things, how they're moving. Okay, so I think we are seeing something develop now that would be headed towards the Livonia area. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Wayne County and southern Oakland County issued a tornado warning here momentarily. This is just showing up on the radar. So let's take a look at the debris signatures. Not seeing too much, which is good, but there's definitely a lot of rotation still with these storms that are passing on through. there's the velocity, and we still have wind and ongoing thunderstorms in Jackson. I'm kind of wondering how much rain fell in Jackson now. Storm total precip. Yeah, we're getting up there. You know, Jackson might have some flooding going on. Absolutely. All right, and this is bowing out into the Ann Arbor area now, so I think we're going to see some wind possibilities there, but also, again, seeing the potential for some rotation with this cell developing. And now we have another tornado warning that has been issued for Genesee County into Lapeer County. I was also talking about that storm too. So we have two more new tornado warnings now. Okay. Lapeer County and Genesee County. This is going to be in effect until 1:30 in the morning. Lapeer County and Genesee County, eastern Genesee County. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Goodrich or Davison, moving east at 55. Radar indicated. Okay, so that's definitely this area here. So that would put it in Lapeer in less than 10 minutes. So Lapeer, you have less than 10 minutes. Please be in your safe place. Attica, about 15 minutes. Imlay City, about 20 minutes. Capac, about 30 minutes. And then down to the south, we still have these notches and areas that we are watching out for here as well. Oxford in less than 10 minutes. Lake Orion in about 13 minutes. So again, we have Genesee, Lapeer, and Oakland counties now under tornado warnings. The tornado warnings off to the north for Bay City, Saginaw, Frankenmuth, Birch Run are probably going to be allowed to expire here in the next 7 minutes or so. And still watching this area down to the south getting toward Livonia, as well as Northville and Plymouth. I really want to watch that area as well. I think we might see yet another tornado warning. I can click on the Detroit Metro radar though and see what base velocity. I think there is a little rotation getting towards Livonia. So Northville, Plymouth, and Livonia, I would say it's a good idea to be ready to go to your safe place or be cautious and go to your safe place. Yeah, I think we're seeing an area of rotation right here as well with the greens and the reds showing up. Message from the operator. All right, but yep, we have another tornado warning now for northern Oakland and eastern Genesee as well as Lapeer counties. Another tornado, 2 tornado warnings in effect there. right, let's take a look. We got the tornado warnings now to expire for the Tri-Cities, so we're down to 2. We have a tornado warning for northern Oakland County for the next 32 minutes until 1:15, and for Lapeer County for the next 47 minutes until 1:30. Let's pause now, and we're going to flip it over to see if there's any debris signatures. Looks like there might be a debris signature now north of Hadley, south of Alba. Yeah, that would be the one that I was watching earlier that I was saying was probably a debris signature. Went through Grand Blanc, probably multiple little touchdowns, and now it's starting to kind of spin back up again. So that trajectory took it curved a little. Now it's going more due east. So that would continue to put it just south of Lapeer and eventually kind of go along I-69. Okay, so let's time this out. We're going to go a little bit ahead of it like this. So the areas that we're watching out for that would be the absolute closest would be Attica in about 10 minutes, Imlay City in about 15 minutes. That little debris signature continues onward. The tornado warning has been shaved off a little bit now for parts of Oakland County, so it's just northeastern Oakland County now. Just for northeastern Oakland County. So that's Oxford, let's see, Lake Orion, as you can see, Addison, maybe the northern tip of Auburn Hills, Oakland Charter Township under tornado warning, and then of course Lapeer. So we're finally starting near the end of this thing as it moves over toward the east. But again, these warnings are something that we definitely want to take seriously. And here's a look at the radar with that line going on through still. And thankfully, it looks like not a whole lot going on off to the north. Just thunderstorms up there. But yeah, we saw these 2 tornado warnings that we're going to watch out for closely. So let's take a look at our wind speeds again. And in question, so Lapeer definitely time to be in our safe place. Lapeer for sure. And eventually over toward Attica as well. And we just got another update. So there it looks like it's going literally just south of Lapeer, like I was saying. And now we got this nice wall of wind that's about to go through Lake Orion and Oxford right now. So Lake Orion and Oxford, that wall of wind, as well as into the rest of Oakland County. So remember, just because there's no tornado warning doesn't mean you're totally out of the woods. We have the severe thunderstorm warnings for considerable wind damage threats. Winds could be in excess of 70 miles per hour. And for Wayne County now, for the actual Detroit, we have a 60 mile per hour wind threat down there as well. But still the tornado possibilities off to the north. So since we got a new update, let's go back over to correlation coefficient. And again, I think we are seeing a little debris signature there from a brief little spin up. So, you know, these little circles of blue and green are what we don't want to see. That indicates the possibility for debris being flung up. And then of course we have down to the south another tornado warning, but I'm not seeing a debris signature there, which is great. But we have a lot of wind. So again, this is showing the wind. It's very strong, to say the least. That's why it's so bright in colors there. Very, very strong wind speeds showing up. All right, so now off to the north, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscola County that is in effect, and that is for the possibility of 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. But good news is the Tri-Cities warnings have been allowed to expire, so Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, we're looking good. We just have the warnings down to the south now. Looks like we got another radar update, so let's take a look. Likely still seeing a little debris signature that's about to pass over M24, getting toward Hunters Creek north of Metamora. That one's pretty much moving due east now, it looks like. All right, so aside from that, Macomb County, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect until 1:45 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning till 1:45 a.m. Okay, so that's correlation code. I'm going to look at the winds again, and we're still seeing some pretty strong winds march across the northern part of the Detroit metro. So through Oakland County, like I was saying, still watching some pretty strong winds, getting ready to go through Livonia area, Southfield, and some pretty strong wind gusts also about to go through Auburn Hills. Even though we're not in the actual tornado warning, we're close enough, but Auburn Hills, Pontiac, as well as Rochester Hills, Troy, and then eventually some other places I used to live, like Clawson and Royal Oak, are going to see a lot of wind as well. But we have a lot of winds still going on off to the north here. But I'm going to switch it back over to that debris mode to see if that debris ball is continuing. And there is a little bit of one still showing up there, south of Lapeer. And I don't know, maybe I can't. That's very difficult to tell. So there's a new update. Looks like this one's fading out as well, which is some great news as we start to move over into the thumb area now. I'd love to see these warnings expire. So in terms of velocity, we're still seeing some pretty good winds packing a punch going on through. We have those 2 tornado warnings. Now we have another tornado warning that has just been issued with that notch that I was talking about. This one is going to be, we're zooming way in here because we have Bloomfield, Keego Harbor, Troy, Clawson, Troy, Big Beaver Road, well, north part of Clawson. But Birmingham, Bloomfield, Bloomfield Hills, Troy, and Rochester Hills now has a tornado warning in effect. So that tornado warning is in effect for a very densely populated area. This part of Oakland County needs to be in their shelters now. So a lot of these homes do have basements or lower levels. Please get into the lower level of your home. I know a lot of folks are probably just waking up. If you know people in there, tell them that there is a tornado warning. Shoot them a text really quick that it's real to get to their safe place. So now we're back up to 3 active tornado warnings, 2 in Oakland County, 1 in Lapeer County. And this tornado warning in central Oakland County, we're going to read it off here for you. That is until 1:15 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Was located near West Bloomfield, near Pontiac, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Okay, so 45 miles per hour, cruising through that metropolitan area. Let's time this out for you. It's this area here. So Troy, we are looking at less than 8 minutes. Sterling Heights, less than 15 minutes. Utica, about 15 minutes as well. And then eventually Mount Clemens in about 25 minutes. And we still have the tornado warnings off to the north for Oxford, Lake Orion, and Lapeer. And it looks like the little rotation signature there could be pretty much right over I-69 now at the moment. So let's go back over to the correlation coefficient to see what's going on. And we might have a little bit of a debris signature showing up in Bloomfield now. So we could have a tornado on the ground in Bloomfield Hills. Could have a tornado on the ground. And that could be nearing the Troy area here as well as Birmingham. So Bloomfield Hills, we could be looking at a tornado debris signature, which means a tornado would be on the ground causing damage. So I can't stress it enough. If you are in central Oakland County, we could have a damaging tornado going through Bloomfield Hills, headed toward Troy. And the debris signature would be showing up literally along and south of Long Lake Road and eventually over toward Wattles and Big Beaver Road. So please, 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 central Oakland County, Troy, Bloomfield, Birmingham, time to be in our safe place. Lowest level of your apartment building, or if you are in a home, into your basement. Thankfully, a lot of homes here do have basements. Ouch. All right, so I'm sure a lot of sirens are going off there because we are getting a lot more viewers all of a sudden now. And again, we still have the tornado warning for Lake Orion into Oxford. Putting the radar back on it here for you. This is what it looks like. Doesn't look too impressive, but we are seeing a lot of spin-ups and rotations still with these storms. So we'll put it back on the mode where we can see the wind, and now it's really getting into Troy already. So again, this is moving quick. Troy, please be in your safe place. Bloomfield Hills as well. This would be anywhere along and north of 15 Mile Road, also known as Maple, all the way up to M59. So Maple, 15 Mile, which, you know, goes over Big Beaver, all the way up to M59 along I-75. Time to be in our safe place. Otherwise, off to the north, this one's going to be allowed to expire here shortly. And then we're getting into Macomb County. The eastern part of Lapeer County, we're still got that tornado warning in effect as well. Put it into motion so you can see how things are progressing along, and that's a lot of wind crossing the screen there. A lot of wind crossing the screen. So the storms really, really are packing a punch. So I can't stress it enough. Again, central and northern Oakland County, tornado warning. Please be in your safe place. And eastern Lapeer County as well. Let's see if anything is showing up on the debris signatures again. And we could be looking at that debris ball, like I was saying, showing up in Bloomfield now, which means this tornado is on the ground causing damage. And this is going to be literally along and north of Big Beaver Road. So I'm looking at this area right here. Likely going pretty much due east. And again, Big Beaver Road. So if I can change colors here without it erasing. Yep. This is Big Beaver Road right here. And then you can see where M59 is. That's labeled. So again, along and north of Big Beaver Road, this would be where it crosses different streets like Crooks. Zoom in to get a couple more here. Woodward, Adams, Coolidge Highway, and Crooks. So Big Beaver Road, if you're near Big Beaver, Crooks, Adams, Coolidge Highway, Woodward, please, please, please. And then, of course, the Cranbrook area as well. Can't forget Cranbrook over in Bloomfield Hills. Birmingham, also time to be in our safe places for sure. It looks like we have a debris signature showing up, which means there are areas of debris being lofted up into the atmosphere, and the radar can see that. So now that is starting to cross Woodward, that debris signature from that tornado crossing Woodward, which means it's getting really close toward Adams, Coolidge, Crooks Road, and Big Beaver, as well as Waddles. So those areas really need to be in our safe place. Long Lake Road, also in our safe place. And now it looks like it's moving off into the east into Troy. So this is moving fast. It's moving extremely fast, actually. Might be issued another tornado warning for areas along M59 going into Macomb County. So that would be Shelby, Charter Township, Utica, Sterling Heights, and Macomb Township. We'll see. The tornado warning in northern Oakland County has been allowed to expire, but we still have the one in Lapeer County for just a little while longer. Let's flip it back over to the winds to see where they're at, and there's the winds. So now we're looking at those winds and the possible tornado area right over, well, there we go, just got another update. Oh, pretty much M59, John R., DeQuinder, Ryan, and Mound roads in Oakland County. And again, this is in the Metro Detroit area. Not Detroit, just the Metro Detroit area. So that tornado warning for Oakland County, and then of course for Lapeer County as well. Don't have any other tornado warnings going on. Again, once this passes us, we will be in the clear though, which is great. So now off to the east, Sterling Heights, Utica, Shelby, Charter Township, Macomb Township, Clinton Township. If you're in the vicinity of M59, you need to be in your safe place and take shelter. So anyone in the vicinity of M59, time to be in our safe place and take some shelter. Lapeer County, we still have a lot of wind coming on through, but I think that's going to be allowed to expire here shortly. Now we have severe thunderstorm warnings issued for the rest of the thumb, as well as St. Clair County. These are more your run-of-the-mill warnings because they're being issued for 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is the baseline for severe thunderstorms. But again, still focusing on these spin-ups going through the Detroit Metro. So all of the Detroit Metro is now under severe thunderstorm warning, with central Oakland County under the tornado warning. So central Oakland County under a tornado warning still. Eastern Lapeer County still under a tornado warning. Everyone else in the thumb and Metro Detroit is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's switch it back on the debris signature to see if we're seeing anything. It doesn't look like it. Alright, so again, we're just watching this progress on through right now. It's going to be just a minute before these are allowed to expire. But we are going to watch Central Macomb County now to see if that rotation is going to continue. So now Lapeer County has been allowed to expire. The only tornado warning we have left is for Central Oakland County. So Central Oakland County, you are the last remaining tornado warning so far. And it looks like that is now moving into the Sterling Heights area, into Macomb County. Let's flip on the correlation coefficient. I don't think that's a debris signature, but we'll see by putting it into motion here. Maybe a little bit of one, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is extended into Macomb County. But again, anywhere, so in Macomb County, M59. So again, Macomb County and M59, looking at the possibility for rotation there still. So Sterling Heights, Clinton Township, Macomb Township, Shelby Charter Township. I would be taking shelter in our safe place. I'm watching this area here is what I'm watching for. And again, this is going to be moving off to the north and the east. Oops. This warning in Central Oakland County will be allowed to expire soon, if not expiring early. And then our counties in the thumb, again, some wind coming through at this line, but we're losing a lot of oomph with these storms now as we're getting into a less favorable environment. And then still another kind of punch of wind coming into Wayne County with this one here. So maybe some velocity showing up there. See what's showing up. Base velocity. Not a whole lot. And this is the radar from Detroit Metro Airport I can look at. Okay, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We are tornado warning free for the first time in hours. Woo! All right, so now we still have the wind threats coming on through. Excuse me. Everything else looks pretty run of the mill at this point. I will stay on here just until it clears Macomb County because I don't want another surprise tornado warning as soon as I log off. But we are free of tornado warnings for the first time in hours. This has felt like a marathon. You know, when you're in TV, it leaves your market and you're done. You can take a break. I decided I was going to cover the whole state of Michigan because I'm cool and I don't get breaks until the whole state of Michigan's gone. It's fine. I like covering the whole state. Again, for those of you that are new here, I'm Brad Sugden. I run Brad Sugden Weather. I do not work for a TV station. I'm an independent meteorologist. I do have my degree in meteorology from Central Michigan University. I am certified by the American Meteorological Society. I have won numerous awards for my work, and I'm started a business where I'm forecasting independent of the terrible broadcast corporations that I don't like. All right, So back to this, though. We got those storms going through the thumb. Still got them going through to the Detroit Metro, as well as Ann Arbor, Washtenaw County. We got some heavy storms going on through. And again, these are moving to the east. They're about to get into Wayne County. We'll put a little bit of a motion on it here for you. There they are. So those will overspread the rest of the Detroit Metro, but there's not a whole lot going on with these, to be totally honest. We'll put on the winds to show you here. I'm going to loop the winds just to make sure I'm not missing any patterns or rotation. And yeah, you can see the wind coming out through nicely. There's definitely still some wind moving through with these. Still got some wind moving through off to the north as well. But I'm not seeing the rotation like we were seeing earlier, which is great. Oops. So again, still have some good storms coming through the Detroit Metro. We got a couple special weather statements. Those basically, a special weather statement is just telling you it's going to be windy when the storm comes through. It's not severe, but it's still going to be windy. So we got that. Otherwise, we're down to severe thunderstorm warnings only. Again, this is the first time in like 4 hours that we have not had a tornado warning. I don't want to forget about northern Michigan. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Sheboygan. I'm so sorry, Sheboygan. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds up there. We'll zoom in on Sheboygan and show them a little bit of love. I am so sorry that I was focused on the tornadoes to the south, but we got a lot of very heavy rain coming down. Mackinac Island also under that severe thunderstorm warning. Mackinac Island under a severe thunderstorm warning in mid-May. And then we have the UP. I can use a Canadian radar. Oh, that looks better to show you the Upper Peninsula. These areas, it's a good thing they are getting some rain because the fire danger was off the charts. There might even be a couple snowflakes in the UP this weekend, and I'm supposed to go camping up there. Oh boy. Alrighty. Anyway, that's the radar there. Down to the south here again, back to the Detroit Metro. We still have some storms coming on through, but again, the tornado warnings have expired. We are down to what I call run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warnings, which are barely into severe criteria. Severe storms are 60-mile-per-hour winds or 1-inch hail, and these are like barely at that mark, so we're headed in the right direction, y'all. Headed in the right direction. No, Oakland County does not still have tornado warnings. Those have expired. All the tornado warnings have expired. Seeing a lot of comments on TikTok. You're all very welcome. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate it. We'll be out of Macomb in about the next 20 minutes. Oh boy. All right. So again, storms still going through, a lot of thunder and lightning. We're still going to have some heavy ones come through Wayne County, so this is definitely good that the severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still going to cause some damage. It's going to be loud. Some heavy rain. I think we'll have some localized street flooding as well. There's a lot of rain coming down. But in terms of tornadoes, we're really losing a lot of that energy now. I'm not seeing anything super concerning on the velocity anymore. Yeah, that's not overly concerning. Is that even from right now? This doesn't even look like it's accurate. Yeah, this data is older than 30 minutes. Okay. I don't think the radar is working at Detroit Metro. The heaviest of the winds now starting to really get toward the Canadian border. But obviously, we still have a lot of thunder and lightning over Ann Arbor, as well as down toward Hillsdale, Adrian, and Lenawee County. And then the possibility for some good winds still exists. But look at Flint. Like, the Bishop reported 59-mile-per-hour winds at Flint Bishop Airport. That is, like, technically severe. Very technically. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave the radar on a loop for you. But I am going to get a drink of water. And I'm just going to monitor this, but you're not going to hear me or see me. But I'll pop back on just in case something happens. So, again, I think we're pretty much done now. As you can see, we're not quite done, but I think we're pretty much close to the end here. So I'll stay on, but keep in mind that there's nothing super, super concerning right now, other than, yes, there will be some strong winds. I mean, the storms, it's going to storm like hell. It's just not going to be the tornado outbreak that we were expecting. So I'm going to use this opportunity after being on here for almost 5 hours to take a drink of water and let my poor dog out really quick. But I'm going to leave this on a loop. I will be back for y'all. I don't think we're going to see any more tornado warnings, but I guess we'll see.